G'day guys, welcome to the Eurasian live stream. Blinky popped in and Blinky popped out. So he's had a rough week apparently. Yes, it's been a bit like that. Busy for me as well. Quite a few things on. And yeah, it's been entertaining. I haven't had a chance to do much. This week I did something on the protein one. Some of you guys may have been aware and saw some of the stuff, but you know, beyond that. G'day Dom, good to see you, mate. And Wacky Toaster, always a pleasure. Yes, it's sort of you know, trying to get a few things done here and there, and been on the busy side. G'day Bird. And Robert, good to see you, mate. Yeah, so that's sort of kept me busy, just generally getting a few things out of the way and stuff like that. Trying to actually organise some training fucking packages and shit like that. So yeah, anyway, more to do on Monday. That'll keep me busy. Out of mischief, that's it. As some of my friends would say. Yes. But Dave's here. Good evening to you, dear gentleman. Good to see you. I know where you are. You're still in the Balkans. You're not too far away from moving back to further west, from what I hear. G'day, Anna. Good to see you. Yeah, busy. Been quite busy. Didn't get much done this week for the YouTubia side of things. I had a few things, as you guys know. I did a bit of a collab with Bart, and you know, there was a few things done, but I was planning to do more, but I sort of didn't get there. You're still in that country you can't mention. Yes. G'day, Dominique. Good to see you, mate. It's been a while since I've seen you around. A few of you guys as well. You know, it's been a few weeks now with all the other stuff happening in my life. Gary, YouTube set me here. Good to hear. They did one good thing for me. Is that it? All I can say is that's the exception to the rule when it comes to the YouTubia mafia and all, and their crowd. So anyway, it is what it is. They tend to be in that part. Yeah, got to the part in the earlier live stream with those demos in Greece. Only a few thousand turned up. Yeah, people in the media really need to learn how to count precisely. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the Syntagma square, which means Constitution Square, actually, it's where one of the rebel leaders actually went up to the king and actually demanded a constitution after the other one had been repealed in the early republic after the revolution. But the actual square can hold over 100,000 people. Just based on, I mean, there's a thing that they say that if you calculate per square meter, usually you can get 5 people per square meter. That's what they sort of say you can actually, if they're packed, and those people are packed. But I say even at 4.5, 4.5 people per square meter, so slightly with a bit of space in between them, that's still over 100,000, so 105,000 or whatever, because 156 by 156 square meters, the whole square. And you could see all the roads down all these sites, because I know Sidakama Square has all these different roads coming into it from multiple areas. So each corner has 2 roads coming into it, each corner. So just think, each corner has these large, long, wide streets. You've seen them, how wide they are when you look at them. Now you go, and you can't, as far as the eye can see. Now, I sort of roughly estimated, from what I could see from just the video, as 250,000, but there could have been more. And as I said, that would be equivalent in a country like, your country, Ireland, like in Dublin, to be well over 100,000 in Dublin. That would be a big crowd, because it's only about a bit over 5 million, the population 5.5 or something like that. In the UK, in London, for the population of UK, it's well over 1.5 million. In the US, it would be like Washington having a demo of 8 million people. I don't think I've ever seen an 8 million people demo in Washington that big. That's the sort of size we're talking about. And that's only just Athens. Thessalonica had thousands and thousands of people in the street, and a whole lot of other cities throughout the whole country. So this is nationwide in multiple cities. So just the capital, if it was just the capital, no other place in Greece, you would be talking about substantial people if you had the similar number of people in any other capital around the world. Plus, that percentage I worked out with the actual local population in regards to the populations of these other countries as a proportion of their population. So just think now, there's even more in other cities. Add that, there's potentially double that, which would be like having 16 or 20 million people in the US protesting. These are not small protests. These are massive protests we're talking about. People have fucking had enough, And one nice thing about the Greeks, they are people that don't like being pushed around by governments, and they don't like to be basically told by governments how they can live their lives. The funny thing is, in Greece, it doesn't matter whether you come from the left side of politics or the right side of politics. People have that attitude. It's a very different mentality. But the problem is, we have an elite that is so hell-bent in serving and prostrating themselves to Brussels, that they are basically willing to do anything to continue getting funding, because they don't want to rule. They don't want to manage the economy or improve things. They just want to basically rule. As long as they can get funding from their mates in Brussels, all this phony money that they're printing, and keep them afloat, rather than taking responsibility for the country and start taking measures to improve things. There's a whole lot of businesses out there, and a whole lot of people that are trying to get things rolling in Greece. And the government's just putting barriers, because they don't want to rule. They don't just want to manage and maintain their political class. Because the reality is, if they were forced to basically prove themselves as capable administrators, they would fail. And what would happen is the people would see them with, like, the emperor without his clothes, exactly, and then people would realize these guys are useless, and they'd be putting new people in that basically had a plan, a vision for the country to change it. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Yes, maybe I should go back in 5 years' time and try and become prime minister. My uncle was a minister in the government there years ago. Maybe I should give it a chance. I do have a lot of family on the West Coast that would support me. Yes, you never know. But yeah, I think these people need a real kick up the arse, basically, to say the least. Anyway, she's doing well, much better. Increased the vitamin D a bit, and it seems it's all sort of sorted things out for her. Yes. But unfortunately, the rules are over there with threats of imprisonment if you don't take the jab. Yeah, I know. God almighty. It's a crazy world we live in, a crazy world where the freedom to, basically defend your bodily integrity is, I mean, And nobody's screaming out there. I mean, can you imagine if governments were experimenting or doing anything like, forced sterilization on people, whatever, any medical intervention at any point other in history, how people would be screaming at the top of their lungs about human rights violations. And here we've got governments literally in Europe, like, just trying to enforce it, social credit system and all sorts of things. We're turning into fucking China. If I wanted to basically turn into China, I'd go and live fucking in China, okay? And I'd hoist up the Chinese flag. I don't want to live in there, and I don't think most Greeks do either. They've had a fucking enough, a gut full of the whole, the European project and its fucking, authoritarian, social credit woke idiots that are in Brussels. Yes, I like it when people protest against their government. Need to remind politicians who is really in charge, exactly, and who the country belongs to. It doesn't belong to those arseholes. Belongs to the people of the country. They just basically should be honoured to be elected to administer it for a certain number of years, and should be doing a fucking better job than basically harassing the populace. When you are Greek PM, you can introduce a special endless stay visa for us Brits. Let's not push the thing too far. I still have to comply with constitutional and other legal requirements, EU requirements, because you're still part of a treaty obligation. But it doesn't mean these sort of things, they should basically push back. They should basically push back and say, look, I mean, I actually think that there should be longer stay visas. Actually, in most countries, I believe in a sort of more openness and people being able to travel, because I've travelled myself, so I actually believe in that, and it's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But usually countries have got certain things in there, and they just keep them. But if people basically wanted to travel within a country, they should be able to get an extended thing. I don't see a problem with it in that country. It doesn't affect the country in any respect. In many cases, there's a positive effect. It means that people are in the country basically contributing to the economy. So I don't have a problem with it, as long as they follow the rules and they don't break the law and are respectful. Yeah, not a problem. So, but yes, we will see. It's more tragic with after 2010, Greece basically became a colony of the EU. Basically, yes, exactly. I think that every government acts has to be co-signed by the Commission. Exactly. Well, they allowed that to happen. They basically allowed that to happen, and that's the problem. At the end of the day, the Greek government needs to decide. We basically bailed out the bankers. The bankers basically would have failed, and the whole European project would have gone into a tailspin. Had they basically been an honest government, see, George Papadreou at the time, who was a prime minister, actually wanted to have a referendum and give the choice to the Greek people to decide, do they want to basically go down one path or another path? That's what he wanted, or say no to Europe, that we're not going to take on these debts. They're not incurred by us, since we didn't manage the monetary system. But what happened is the big, powerful elites, families in there, made sure that they had, their local henchmen in that party overthrow the prime minister. And that's basically what happened. Venizelos, who basically knocked off his opponent and basically took over and basically made sure that Greece was compliant with the interests of the bankers, both the European bankers and the Greek bankers. The reality is, Greece, when it got into a currency union, it had the second lowest debt to GDP in the whole of Europe. That means it was a country that was well run, well regulated, and basically the rule of law and the monetary policies of the Central Bank of Greece were basically maintained real good control over any misbehavior on the politician side, because it had known in the past that politicians, if you give them a fistful of money, any politician in the world, basically, if you allow them to be able to print money to the nth degree, they'll print money like there's no tomorrow. That's what politicians are like. They don't give a shit who's going to inherit the problem. They just basically want their own selves to basically be run with it. They want to have their go and their limelight or whatever. That's why you need strong, independent, controlling mechanisms. That was removed from the moment they got into the Eurozone. And this is the reason why the politicians and the wealthy elites wanted to get into the European Union. It basically meant, because my sister at the time, she said to me, because she was actually manager of a supermarket over there on one of the islands in Milos, just the Atlantic supermarket, if anybody knows it. She basically was the local manager there of the supermarket. And she said, when we shifted from the drachma to the euro, my home take salary, her pay, actually lost value. That means she bought less items with it. She lost buying power. So the average person lost buying power. The average Greek became poorer in their own country. What happened was, the average Greek on their salaries when they were converted had less buying power because, in that sense, because a lot of the pricing changes actually meant that a lot of things, commodities and stuff like that, seemed to become more expensive, or more, the life became more expensive than what it was. That was one thing. The other factor that also was at the time that she had noticed is all these assets are appreciated. That means the wealthy classes got wealthier because all their assets got converted to euro and it got appreciated. They appreciated up with all the other assets. Because at the time, a lot of the international bankers and a lot of the international monetary fund, the credit rating agencies and all that, they looked at Greece the way they looked at all Europe, that it was one single economy, single currency, single economy, and they actually changed the rating and they gave high ratings to all these assets, whether they were actually performing at the same level or not. Automatically, these wealthy individuals had a lot of assets valued much higher. That means they could borrow more. And you know what they did? They couldn't invest in Greece because Greece, had lost its competitiveness because its currency became more expensive. So it lost its competitiveness because of, the industrial capacity of Greece. So what they did was they shipped a lot of that industrial capacity to the Balkans or to Turkey. Most of the light industry of Greece was moved elsewhere. This is the reason why it explains why the elites, even though there's massive hostility by the Turkish current government, the elites try to keep things calm. Why? It's a deliberate ploy. They don't want basically their assets being frozen in Turkey or their assets being confiscated or whatever. That's the reason. They don't give a shit about, as I said, rich people don't give a shit. They only give a shit about their money. They don't give a shit much about, their country in many cases. You need to understand this, It's the middle class that basically give a shit about their country. And it's only when you've got strong middle classes that the rich will stay in those countries because they can make more benefit. That's the reality. But fundamentally, it's the middle class that basically love their country far more than the rich. I can tell you that, and the average person. But these sort of people don't give a flying fuck. And what happened was, without monetary control, you couldn't control interest rates. So it meant that the Greek government could borrow as much as it liked. It wasn't impeded anymore. It wasn't controlled. It wasn't limited. And these politicians basically started writing checks out, IOUs, they're called bonds. And they basically started making all these different projects so they could get political power and influence and help their mates out and all that. And it's exactly how they screwed the entire Greek economy over time. And they basically stuffed it completely for everyone. And when the 2008 crisis happened, the emperor was seen without clothes. And at the time, the creditors came back. But the reality is, the Greek government's real debts at the time could have been quite easily, the ECB could have taken on $53 trillion at the time. Out of they could have basically did a mortgage back, similar like the Fed in America sort of took over debts and did a mortgage, sort of like a securitization system with the different state governments in order to take the debt off them, but basically would slowly deal with that over time with them without that being an impost, so they couldn't function anymore. So they got relief immediately. They could have done something similar. They could have said to Greece, look, we will cover the 53 trillion, and that 53 trillion then we will basically allow you to pay it over many years. It's a bit like, when Germany in 1953 had a massive economic crisis. The Americans forced the other European states not to screw Germany because they saw what happened after the First World War, where they caused a Great Depression because of the high repayments that Germany had to make. So they basically worked out an arrangement where Germany could pay its debts over a long period of time at very low rates, so they wouldn't damage the German economy, so the German economy could recover. So they were very nice to them. But the Germans did not reciprocate in the same way towards the Greeks. They just fucking took, action against them because they were pissed off with Greeks about a whole lot of things. Greeks had been criticizing them about the war and reparations and all sorts of things. And here was an opportunity to put the boot in, and that's what they did. But Greece gave them that opportunity. Greece could have basically had the prime minister not being overthrown by this banker elites in cahoots with the European Central Bank, with European bankers, especially Deutsche Bank and people like that, who basically made sure that the Greek prime minister was overthrown. The overthrow of the Greek prime minister was engineered in Germany, primarily Deutsche Bank, and a number of in cahoots with a number of bankers in Greece. And that's exactly what happened. And they basically then saddled the public purse, the people, with massive debts. So what they did was they handed over shitloads of money to the Greek government, and the Greek government handed all the way back to all the bankers, saved the bankers, and was left with the IOUs. That's what was done. In a normal crisis, you would allow to say, these people have behaved profligates. You would basically say, let them go bankrupt, because basically it's a moral hazard. You've overextended yourself. Well, you're fucked. That's the reality. And I wouldn't have been against Greece going back to the drachma and redenominating its debt, and then negotiating with its creditors for, normal countries do when they get into trouble. They renegotiate debt arrangements with their creditors. That's what happens around the world. That didn't happen. So we've had this funny money coming in and debting Greece forever, and turning it, as you said, an EU colony, basically to bail out and keep the whole thing flowing along as if nothing had happened. It's just a Ponzi scheme that they've actually created between the Greek bankers, the European bankers, and the politicians, not to basically deal, and they've saddled the Greek population with debts forever. It's a mad system. It's not going to last. At some point, the Greeks are going to rebel. They're going to say, fuck Europe. They're going to set up their own economy and all that. I'll just trash that, and they'll reset. And I can tell you one thing. Let's say even if the Germans weren't interested in loaning in the future, I'll tell you one thing. There'll be a lot of competition between the Chinese and the Americans to make sure who can maintain influence over Greece, because it's in a very strategic place. So I will tell you, they would very quickly jump in to guarantee Greece had, lines of credit extremely quickly, both of them. So I don't think Greece would be in very much trouble, because it would have, but the people that will lose is the big bankers and a number of the big powerful families in Greece. Fuck them. It would save the Greece in the long run. But the problem is the Greeks are so terrified of a default now, because they've been brainwashed for so long to think that it's going to be the end of the world for them. Yes. Exactly. I've already explained it very well. He resigned because he couldn't enforce the will of the people. Exactly. I mean, I may not agree with everything Varoufakis says. Sort of his climate policies are completely bonkers. But anyway, but on the issues that he's talked about when it comes to the debt restructuring, he's an economist. He should stick to what he understands better rather than environmental stuff. And on that point, he's correct. You know, he actually has explained a lot. I actually learned a lot from Varoufakis about exactly how this debt structure was, how it actually happened, how much could have been paid, the 53 million in the earlier days, billion, sorry, in the earlier days, and that could have basically allowed Greece to get out of the debt situation, prevent a collapse of the banks as well, but at the same time, it would have allowed things to basically normalise and all that. And if Greece was to take some of that debt on, it would be under a different sort of setup, so they could actually park it away and pay it off over a long time, like the Germans paid reparations of, something like that, or do a swap with Germany over their reparations to us, to the Greece, you know. But anyway, it could have been handled very differently. But Germany wanted a bit of revenge, and they also wanted to basically control Greece. And they are definitely the elites over there are definitely a direct enemy and in cahoots with the other genocidal Islamo-fascists in Turkey. Anyway, what's reading in the discussion and comments is the fate of protein if you create tissue being excreted, if gluconeogenesis is demand-driven. Well, it is demand-driven. When you actually eat real food, what you have is you have peristalsis happening and slowing it down. I haven't done the video yet, but I'm actually going to do it maybe tonight or tomorrow. I've got it ready to go, and it actually discusses exactly this issue, how it is demand-driven. And I can actually demonstrate it with all these gluconeogenic precursors where they directly intravenously infuse these precursors. You know what? Blood sugar doesn't go up. You'll have to wait and see the information, Dylan, and understand that is because it's a demand-driven. There's a rate-limiting effect. I mean, let's say it wasn't demand-driven. There would still be a rate-limiting effect. The liver still has to convert any of these precursors. So you can shove in as much stuff as possible. If the liver can't convert it because there's a rate-limiting effect, it's not going to happen, is it? You're only going to get so much glucose. But the reality is you don't get any glucose. It's because you've basically got a glucagon to insulin sort of, which is, but it's not only that, there is that rate limiting effect, which is controlled by a number of other important signaling pathways. It's a more complicated thing, but I will try and explain it in a sort of a simplified way as much as possible. These things are not easy. And I do have another one on the importance of, what's is it leucine, the key driver, or do you really need insulin? That's the other little thing about that we keep on getting from all these idiots out there, which is basically that you need insulin. Oh, you need carbs to build muscles. No, you don't. And I'll provide that in proof as well, which shows quite clear it's leucine and always has been. But that's for another day. Fluffy Rainbow, good to see you here. Ah, yes. It's evening here. Good morning to you. But it's evening here. It's 6:30 in the evening. Yes. G'day, Tom. Italy wanted their bonds written off. A lot of people wanted their bonds written off. The reality is, as a debt to GDP, that means if you take all the debts of Europe and as a debt to GDP, it's actually lower than that of the US. So if Europe was the Eurozone, was a federation, it would be lower. That means the debts would be serviceable. But you'd have to have a federated structure. The problem is they set up a currency without a federation. It's never been done in history. And you know why it's never been done in history? Because it doesn't work. Because you can't regulate interest rates in a non-federation properly, because all economies are operating differently. And this is where the smaller economies have deflation sent to them, and they export inflation to the more stronger economies and import deflation. And deflation sends you into What? Depression. So these are well-known economic things. They're not, this is basic 101 economics, about how these imbalances can happen. And this is basically a balance of payment, crisis within Europe. And Europe didn't want to deal with it. So what they did was they offloaded it onto all the people because there was no federal structure. Germany didn't want to deal with it. France didn't want to do it, and nobody wanted. And so everybody saddled it onto the population, depressing the economy even further. And that actually means that Germany, rather than being the leader of Europe, has basically given up on that whole idea, and they've literally sailed away to basically becoming friends of, the East, and doing trade deals, forcing the EU to do very bad trade deals with China against the interests of Europe. And because it's in the interest of, because they have a trade surplus with China. Do you know that? So basically for Germany, it's great. It's basically a guaranteed market. They don't give a shit if the Chinese can flood the rest of the Eurozone and stuff up all the other economies. They just want to basically make sure that they can still send their BMWs and Mercedes to China, So they're actually acting as a very reckless person. But that's nothing new. Germany has done that a number of times. It did it back in before the First World War, before the Second World War. Their elites are so selfish and so arrogant. They think they're the best in the world. They are so arrogant that they repeat the same mistake over and over again. Their arrogance basically gets ahead of them, and they fuck up so badly that the rest of the world turns on them. And it's going to happen again. You just wait and see. They never learn because, arrogant people never learn. But it will happen again. You will see. But unfortunately, I hope not many people will have to die this time for that before we see that. Harry, I watched your video about protein from yesterday, and I loved it. You made it crystal clear. Cloud, you make a similar video about deuterium. It would be another rabbit hole for me to dive into. It's coming. Next month, I'll be doing a deuterium one to try and explain it. And it'll also, I need to do the Randle cycle one first, like a simplified thing of the Randle cycle to really put the nuts and bolts for that. And then do the deuterium one and explain the relationship of the deuterium in relation to the Randle cycle as well. So that nuances it even further. So that's another important aspect. I'm trying to basically make it simplified, but also explain the dynamics of the way the body works. Everybody talks in reductionism, but reductionism really, if you go down reductionism, you end up in a dead end, because reductionism just tells you how a certain pathway, like lipolysis or glycolysis, work, but doesn't really tell you how the body's interacting dynamically with all these different signaling systems and transcription factors interplaying and all these other mechanisms. That's when you understand really how the body works. But I'm trying to, it's difficult, these things, because trying to explain very complicated biochemical and physiological processes, down to earth way, sometimes it requires a lot of preparation. Sometimes I just do it on the fly because I can, but sometimes I realize, I've missed a few things, and then I have to do but it doesn't really matter. Even if I miss things, I could always do a supplemental. That's true. Give me another reason to create a supplemental. But my key aim is to try and explain these things. I just want you guys to understand in a simple way how these things work, so you don't have people pulling the wool over your head and deceiving you with all the reductionist nonsense, because people talk a lot of shit and they've got nothing to back it up. They just talk shit, constantly. But I actually, whenever I challenge people, I say, well, send me a study that shows what you're claiming. I never hear from them back. Once I give them my evidence and show them stuff, nothing ever comes in my direction. It's like a black hole. It's like they descended into a black hole and got lost forever. So, yep, I just checked my inbox. Nothing there. The last person that I challenged. I'm not surprised. So, yes, shit happens. It's the way it is. People listen to nonsense and then they blurt out. And when I go, tell me which study you saw this in, or you claim this. Well, show me. Let me take a look and see exactly how was the study put together. Is it basically real food? I can actually show you with real food, like the one study that I'm going to show on gluconeogenesis. It's actually steak. They're actually looking at steak. These are older studies, and that's the good thing about it, because they're actually looking at steak. We want real food, not supplements and all that, which have got poor utilization. So with a lot of supplements, because they've got poor utilization, you end up peeing or feasting it out because the body can't absorb it too fast. So it's a waste of it. This is why the body, all the bodybuilders do it like they do every 4 hours. I'll do like 30, 40 grams, 30, 40 grams, 34, because it comes in too fast. And there's a rate limiting effect how the gluconeogenic conversion, all this sort of stuff, not the gluconeogenic, the muscle protein synthesis can actually happen. And if it doesn't happen, then it's too much. You can't really store it. You can keep in the in tissue. You can hold some protein, but you can't hold too much. And what you end up is pissing it out. And there's plenty of studies showing people urinating out expensive supplements. Real food actually will change the way the actual gut motility works, how fast. Motility is how fast it goes through. So the peristalsis will slow down. So this sort of peristalsis, which is basically, because remember, the gut is made of collagen. So it has, makes certain movements and certain contractions to basically push food along. And so that can slow down. And that's why you could have a big, massive steak and you will digest that over, 6-8 hours. Where with whey protein or something like that, it just comes in instantly. It's too fast for the body to basically deal with it. And that's why even when you have whey, you still feel hungry after, even if you've had a big bolus. But when you've had real food, you go, I've achieved satiety. I'm full, because it's a natural thing, and the body responds accordingly. So it's a very, this is the thing that people need to understand, the differences between that. And the nice thing about these are very high dosages of meat. And that's the important thing, because everybody's, that's a small dose of protein. No, these are really big doses, which is good. That's why I've held these studies to basically show these sort of stuff, because I can actually then show the evidence and fucking nail that little fucker. That and the other one on leucine as well, and muscle protein synthesis. I need to cover that as well properly. I think that pretty much those two will cover the protein side, because I've done quite a few now videos on protein. So I think that will cover it comprehensively. Beyond that, I mean, I can't think of any other thing that I need to actually cover. I've covered pretty much most things, the rat study with high protein, not affecting kidneys and just making kidneys bigger and making the rats leaner. And that works for humans as well. Some of you people have actually taken on that task of, leaning out with more protein and doing a bit of a cut, like the old bodybuilders used to do, more protein cut down the fat, so you can actually just take more of your own fat, But these people are fat adapted and all that. Probably the modern bodybuilders can't really do it very easily. They really get sick. They have to take all these fucking drugs or all sorts of things and diuretics, and they really fuck up their body. And that's why they look so bad. They usually die in their 30s and 40s nowadays, and the old bodybuilders are still around in their 80s and 90s. So yes, very much that sort of thing. I agree with you about, yep. I think Demo will remain marginal. Yep, yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. That's right. They will. They've picked the wrong side on that issue and a couple of other issues. Where does the vitamin D in supplement actually come from? It depends. It can come from the fur of the wool of sheep, old sheep. It can actually be synthesized, and there's a couple of different means that you get it. There is also the vitamin D2, which is from plants, in particular like mushrooms, and that usually the vegans go for that, and some doctors, but it's poorly converted, so it's shit. Yeah, but generally speaking, we can synthesize it in labs as well, so it's not that difficult to make. So there's a number of ways, you know. The more traditional way that you would have got it in the old days would be from the sheep, the fur of the sheep. You know, I've talked about this, how animals, you know, lick their fur, or they get it on their hairs of the actual fur, and then it actually comes down the hairline and it gets absorbed by the skin of the animal. So that's the sort of, or some animals lick their fur. You know, like cats have a tendency of licking their fur, and they can get vitamin D that way. So there's a number of different ways in that regard, and they can use that fur. You know, obviously we're not going to use cat, but we do basically get it from lamb, some of the stuff. So if you want an animal version, what is it called? It's called it starts with an L. I'm trying to remember it. Vitamin. That's it. I'll put it in there. That's what it's called. Vitamin D, lanolin. Oops. So that's what it's called, that the version. So you can get synthetic, you can get from mushrooms. You know, there's a So where does the protein go when we're not making tissue if excretion is low? It basically depends on what you're actually, as I said, it slows down peristalsis. You absorb it over a very long time. So you've got enough time for the enzymes to work, so you can take small amounts coming in. So it's not an issue. If you take it in powders, that's where the problem lies with powders. You end up with excretion, and especially through the kidneys. And that's not a good thing to be. That's why I don't like powders, for a number of reasons, because it's not the natural way of actually consuming protein. You need to eat real food in that regard. That's why they recommend, 30, 40 grams. This whole 30, 40 grams comes because of the supplement companies. Do you guys realize? Nothing to do with real food. It's the supplement companies. When I showed you that other experiment with the rats, they were consuming, remember, 70% of their calories, and they became big fucking rats, very muscular, very lean, and grew big kidneys to be able to filtrate the extra protein, because you recover that protein. You don't lose it, but you filtrate as you're filtrating because it's in the blood. You're actually filtrating as it's moving through. You're recovering it, and eventually you use it. But remember, it comes through the gut at a much slower speed. So, it's not going to be lost very much. And gluconeogenesis doesn't get affected, because I'll actually show you when I do that sort of thing, as they're actually intravenously putting in, you see no change in blood glucose. Zero. Doesn't happen. It just does not happen. If it happened, it would show in the experiments. These are really, I've basically looking at both oral and intravenous, both of them. So you'll realize, you go, oh, actually, when you're eating real stuff, it works a bit different. And that's the thing. There are rate limiting things. Gluconeogenesis is demand driven, period. And when you see the research this week, I'll be doing both those. You will realize exactly why. That's why another reason why I'm against powders, and why this whole myth about 30, 40 grams per couple of hours came from the supplement makers, not from people eating real food. Do you think our tribal ancestors that sat down and gorged on massive amounts of meat would be sitting there saying, I shouldn't eat too much meat now, I should keep it for later on because it's gonna turn into sugar, or it's gonna that? Nonsense. Does not happen. None of this happens. Or I'm going to lose it in my urine, does not happen. It's bullshit. And that's the difference. Anyway, he is not one of their elites. Yes, Klaus. Yes, our dear friend Klaus. When the Tyrian video comes out, please address the mysterious buffer allowing us to take a dose of unharm. It's not cytoplasm, is it? You'll have to wait. Same smug. I never give too many things away. I used to, but you'll have to wait. Persevere. Sit there rattling your brain. Ah, yes, exactly. Expensive stuff. People in the media learned to count already. They pulled the same accounting trick in Germany last year. The media underestimated protesters by at least a factor of 10 exactly. Yes. Actually, one of my cousins is in Germany. Look, they see it themselves. There is a lot of misinformation in the media. The elites of Germany, the elites of Greece, they're all in cahoots with this. They don't give a shit about the population. And pretty much they will screw anyone and everyone to hold on to power and keep what they've got. So just keep that in mind, everyone, because that's the way it goes. Oh, that's me. Move on from that character. I should be wearing my glasses, shouldn't he? See, Blinky's not around to basically remind me. Blinky, what have you been doing? Not reminding me to put on my damn glasses. So lick your fur for B12 as well, as there is no spoil anyway. So is that what Blinky, you don't have any fur. You're a frog. So that doesn't work for you. That doesn't work for you. You cannot lick yourself, That would be perverse as well. But maybe you would like it. I know. Watch the video from Team Alpha 3D. Who are they? I don't know. He showed a study where vitamin D helps block myostatin, increasing muscle mass. It does, but very little. Very little. It's one way of actually sort of look. When it comes to the muscle skeletal side, vitamin D does help improve muscle skeletal. So if you don't have enough vitamin D in the system, that also affects your general, muscle skeletal sort of turnover. Because remember, your muscles have a lot of fibrous material. Even those filaments, have got a lot of fiber around them. A lot of collagen type structures. A lot of your muscle skeletal structure has got a lot of collagen. Well, vitamin D and vitamin A, and to some extent also even MK4, that it actually can directly affect genes, but I'm not going to get into that at the moment. That's for a future video. All these things directly affect, muscle growth and all that. Obviously, you have to have all the other stuff, but you do need, because some of these have cofactors of retinol and vitamin D. So it does play a role. So if you're vitamin D deficient, that can affect as well your bones and muscles as well. That's true. Obviously, when it comes to muscles, less leucine is playing a bigger role there, but it can still have a slightly effect. It does have a mild effect on myostatin. So you can actually end up with hypertrophy in that regard. I usually don't talk a lot about myostatin because inhibitors, even though I know about them, I'm a bit wary that people may do the wrong thing. If you are aware of myostatin in, blockers, let me put it this way. You can actually grow, the heart is a muscle, and that can also grow muscle like heart. And that can be a problem, sort of irregular growths of the heart. So I tend to, now with vitamin D, it's not a problem. It's so little, it's just enough. It's the nice little levels to actually allow for better muscle growth and stuff like that, muscle mass increase. It's nothing to write home about, okay? If you've got no leucine, not much is going to happen. Let me put it that way. But there are some inhibitors out there. People may search for them or whatever. Be very careful when you play with fire, with those sort of things in terms of your heart, and make sure if you're going to be using some of them, if you're into that sort of stuff, I hope you're not, I hope my viewers are not, then consider using something like taurine, because taurine prevents the heart from hypertrophying, from growing, and irregular growths, both in the left in particular, but also even in the right ventricular. So you got to be very careful with that. Mind ways, it was part of it because I've got what is it now, 2 or 3 videos on the bodybuilding side. It's one that I wanted to talk about, but I'm worried that people may misuse the information. That's the only problem with it, Bert. Why I haven't really talked about myostatin and myostatin inhibitors and stuff like that, or the genetics. Some people that have got those sort of genetics from really young age, they become very muscular, but they die young because of heart complications. So these are problems, and I know some of these bodybuilders that know about these blockers are using far excessively, are not using enough taurine to protect their heart, and are basically causing irregular growths and eventually tachycardia and a whole lot of other conditions, which basically is killing some of these people. So it's the reason why I haven't got into that sort of area, and I'm wary, and I don't know how to present that subject without fearing that I don't like putting people at risk. Basically, I like to stick to the levels where the science guides me and what I understand of the science, and not really putting people at risk. So that's where I come from in that regard. And some of these people, because it's all go, the hype and all that, get big muscular, turn like Hulk, and all that. That's a very unhealthy, because it's unnatural. Humans do not grow that big unless you artificially stick a whole lot of crap in, plus myostatin inhibitors, things like a whole lot of different anabolic substances, both experimental peptides and all that, plus steroids and all sorts of things. And I have problems with some of that stuff. I don't know what you're doing with yourself, but keep that in mind that, a lot of these people are dying very young. I hope you're not interested in going down that pathway with these people, is what I'm trying to say to you. Be very careful. And if you are taking any vitamin D is not a real inhibitor. It's a very mild, yes, it helps, and it's a good thing. That's why I say that older people need a bit of periodic, myostatin blocking, small amounts, which will help with sarcopenia and osteoporosis. So it's a good thing. That's why vitamin D is so good. And there's so much good associational, highly statistical correlated studies in regards to vitamin D and better bone health and muscle health. But we still have to be very careful in that area. Yes. Anyway, I will move on. what food is rich in B12? Well, liver is, and many other animal foods are. I mean, if you're eating animal foods, you're getting more than enough, you know. I mean, mussels, they are really high, you know, so you have things like mussels and stuff like that, pretty high. But if you're, oops. So if we're looking at, I will just put it up on the screen. So if we're looking at basically B12 foods, so per day 2.4 micrograms. And that was recently reduced to that from 6 micrograms. You know why that happened? It's because the authorities based that on a simple thing. You know what they base it on? They base it on the average. What can the average person out there not die, you know, like get some disease, if they basically, what is the minimal, you know? But this used to be what they used to recommend in the past. Okay, 6 micrograms. Now they're recommending 2.4. Anyway, now look at this. Clams. 100 grams of clams. I mean, you know, things of this sort, you know, seafood like crustaceans and clam, you know, things like mussels and clams and all that, you know, 4,000 just with 100 grams. I mean, oysters, 1,000%, mussels, 850%. It's like, you know, you have 3 ounces of mussels and you're basically covered for the whole bloody week. Even scallops are not too bad if you basically have 6 ounce or, you know, 5 ounces, probably even 4. I mean, what is, hold on. But looking at that, 100. Oops. Turn on my num lock. I turned it off. Times 3 ounces. You need about 4 ounces. So times 28.3. So about 112 grams. That's just, I mean, if I was eating scallops, I'd be eating more than that, I can tell you. So with animal foods, it's very freaking easy to get. You know, that's the 2 point, you know, the 2 point. So if we go with the old calculation, which was 6.4, need about 2.5 times to basically get what the old measurement was, which I think is a much more better result. Now, as you can see, here you're getting 4.5 times. With 100 grams of tuna, yellowfin tuna, you are basically getting, oh, that's bluefin, but even yellowfin tuna is about the same. Herring, mackerel, you know, I mean, these are all at the 100 type. You know, look at this. 5 ounces and 6 ounces. Okay, it's a bit more. It's nearly 7. No, sorry, confused. Hold on. Okay, so 6 divided by 3.53. So it's about 170. So that's 170. And what's the 5? 0.53. So that's 140. So when we say 5 ounces, we're talking about 140 grams, and 6 ounces, 170 grams. So as you can see, mackerel, even canned sardines, you know, you get shitloads from animal foods. You know, let's go down. Crabs, very high. Beef, 100 grams of beef is 7.5 micrograms. Remember, 6 was the old one. Then they brought it down to 2.4 for all the vegetarian and everybody that's doing low animal foods nowadays. The average, what the average is, which is bullshit. That's why everybody's got anemia and all these other issues. So 6, just 100 grams, which is 3.53 ounces. You get 3 times. You get basically slightly more. So let's work out with steak. 6 divided by 7.5, 80% of that, times 3.4. So about 2. So basically, that's about 250%. And with the current thing, you know what I mean? And so we 0.8. Now work out the others. What am I? It's 80 grams. Fucking hell, Harry. Think laterally, think laterally. So basically that's 2.82 ounces. So all you need to get all your B12 is 2.82 ounces, not even 3 ounces of beef, or basically 80 grams of beef will give you the original RDI, 6 micrograms. So as you can see, animal foods, I mean, if you're supplementing B12 on animal foods, all I can say, have you had your head examined? Unless you've got malabsorption, you've got some other issues or whatever, you need to go and get yourself assessed by a psychiatrist. Because basically on an animal-based diet, you will never get deficient unless you've got some major gut problem and all that, because you've come from a veganerized diet and you've damaged it. Here's fortification. Now that's bullshit. I can tell you, you don't really absorb much of that at all because it's just crap fortification. All these are fortification. Here's fortified soy. It's only got 50% at 100, and that also very poorly. You know, these are all fortified crap. That's more fortified tofu. You know, and you have to actually buy the more fortified. If you buy the average normal stuff, you don't get the stuff at all. So if you have a 16-ounce glass of milk, which is what I usually have every night most of the time, that will also give you about what the RDI is, but that's the current one. But in regards to the old one, which was 2.6 divided by 6, you get about 43% with a glass of milk. 2 glasses of milk, you'll get, and that's the low-fat stuff, which actually has lower amount. Actually, the normal one gives you, because I've actually checked, because remember that raw milk that I get, it's over 100%. Anyway, the 2 glasses. But, you know, I eat shitloads of meat. I don't need to get it from the milk, you know. So, you know, cheese, again, that's 3.53 ounces, 100 grams. There you go. You're getting, you know, have 200 grams of cheese. You got the original. You don't even have to have a steak. But why wouldn't you? So luscious and great to eat. Eggs, another good thing. So to get the old amount, we're not talking about the new one. You know, so to get the old amount was, you know, the current one. We'll do for the current one. We'll do both. Okay, so get 2.4 divided by 1.1 times 2, because it's 100. So that's 2 eggs. That's about, you would need about 4.4 eggs. So let's say 5 eggs to get the current RDI, okay, which is a bullshit one. The old one, let's do it on the old one, times 2, you would need 11 eggs to get the old one. which is a carton of eggs. I mean, that guy that ate 25 eggs a day, he got double what he needed just from the eggs. So, yep, you still can get a bit from eggs, but you definitely, and you can get from dairy products, but definitely your best source is basically seafood and meat. And it's the same. And when we look at all these other things here, lamb, same stuff, when we're looking at, that's 3 ounces. Lamb is a bit lower in that regard. And there are cuts of meat that actually do have less. But most of us are not eating 3.5 grams of meat. We're eating shitloads more in that regard. But different tissue types, but the seafood are the highest. Seafood are the friggin' highest, So, herring, mackerel. I mean, mackerel is just like in cold climates, we've got shitloads of mackerel down here. I actually love mackerel. We used to do a lot of fishing, me and my dad, and catching a lot of mackerel. Look at the amount. Look at the quantity in 6 ounces. It's just ridiculous. And even if you basically reduce it by the amount, which is 6 divided by 2.4, which is 2.5. So we'll take the 30 because that's with the current RDI, which is shit, divided by 2.5. It's still 538.4%, which is 5 times even the old RDI, just from having basically 6 ounces, 170. I mean, I can tell you, I usually, when I have fish, I have a bit more than that. So, if you're supplementing and you're on a carnivore diet, you need to have your head examined, or you've got too much money to throw around. One of the two. And obviously your liver and stuff like that have quite a lot as well. I haven't covered that, but they do. But you can get plenty of regular meat. Cucumber juice is good for electrolytes if I do a 3-day water fast. Yeah. I mean, look, for those sort of things, water fast, I usually tend to basically, use just salt for 3 days. It's not a big thing. Because usually if you go and look at the excretion rate of magnesium, I will basically, you lose about 120 micrograms per day. If you look at the animal foods you consume, you get more than enough. So you could basically just excrete, and at the end of that, just take a supplement, one supplement with 300, and then back to the normal diet. There are some, but I don't know exactly what their quantities are in cucumber juice, so I can't tell you. I haven't looked at it, so no idea. But it's not a big issue. People make too much of it, unless you're doing very long fasts. And that's not only, forget about electrolytes, everybody focuses. That guy that did 386 days, where he fasted, the Scottish guy, lost shitloads of weight. He was basically under medical supervision. And he wasn't only doing electrolytes. He was doing also vitamins and a number of other minerals. Because the thing is, as cofactors, just because you lose weight and you're losing tissue, that tissue, those aminos and the fats from the bilayers that are broken down and recycled, all that fat and protein that's coming off your body still needs to transcript enzymes to deal with it. And those enzymes still need cofactors. Without the cofactors, the body doesn't work, and you can become sick very, very fast, and organs can fail. That's why they usually say to people, these sort of guru idiots that go out there and sometimes kill people on these long fasts without proper preparation, you need to basically be getting the cofactors. That means you need a mineral supplement, a trace mineral supplement, you need electrolytes, trace mineral supplement, and all the other vitamins, that you don't need fat soluble vitamins because you get that from the tissue. Your fat cells will release fat soluble vitamins. You basically need the water soluble vitamins, which you cannot get. You can add a bit of lemon juice to get a bit of vitamin C. Plus, you can, because you're not eating meat, to get the vitamin C or other animal products. And you can basically also, add, a sort of a high quality sort of vitamin supplementation to basically take in. So it is really important if you're doing very much longer fast, like some people recommend. You've got to have all the micronutrients, the cofactors for all the enzymatic processes to work. Otherwise, you could end up with a lot of things not working and your system breaking down and having organ failure. That's what happens to some idiots because they don't know how to do it. And you need somebody to monitor, to look at certain breakdown products of kidney, liver, and stuff like that to make sure that you are covering all those micronutrient requirements if you're doing extended. That's why I do not recommend long fast. I mean, the longest one I've done is 6 days, and I covered it with micronutrients. I used colloidal minerals as a mineral supplement. I used a high quality liposomal type for certain vitamins. So I went out of my way to basically cover all the cofactors. So I was fine. So I don't mind doing long fasts on the occasion once a year. But generally speaking, if I'm doing periodic fasts, it's usually 3 days, 75 to 80 hours, and then back to normal eating. Usually starting off with a bone broth and then back to normal eating. Yep. Anyway, sorry for drifting into these waters, but it is constant floating pebble like stool on carnivore a problem. You may not be getting enough. You may not be getting enough salt or enough hydration. The protein may be too lean, and if it is, you need a bit more hydration because fat helps with that as well to basically lubricate the intestinal tract. That's another role. The other factor could be a gallbladder issue, because gallbladder issues can sometimes cause these sort of issues as well, especially if you've been on a veganurized diet in the past of very low fat or something like that, and your gallbladder has never functioned properly, and then you're asking it to function much better, it may not be as efficient. So that can be an issue in itself as well. So taurine will emulsify that, so you can take a bit of a supplementation. If you're on blood pressure meds, you've got to basically adjust your blood pressure meds because taurine does bring down blood pressure. And yes, and when you're on a low carb diet, that brings down blood pressure as well. So you've got to monitor these things with doctor to bring you off the meds in a controlled way. If you're on, I don't know. So I just always warn people just to make sure they're aware of these things. What's Blinky got for me? He's got an image for me. Oh, yes. Love it. I love it, Blinky. Ah, yes. Perfect. Let me just put that on. Thank you, Blinky. And there he is. There's the man. There's Roy. Roy the man. Oh, yes. I better grab it's 7 o'clock, Blinky. You got to warn me about these things. Roy's supposed to come on at 7 o'clock. You know that. Oops. Ah, yes. What a magnificent specimen of human that is. Ah, yes. That's an old grandmother giving a finger, isn't it? Isn't it, Blinky? It looks like an old grandmother. You could have used somebody younger. Just realised that. Damn Blinky. Then again, he put the effort in. It could have been worse. Yep. Let's. Okay. What's your favorite way to prepare halloumi cheese? I just like eating it. I do like to say that I enjoy putting some oregano on it and then frying it. So, and sometimes, I'll put a bit of pepper with oregano and then I'll fry it, and it actually gives a much nicer flavor. So that's me anyway. Anyway, morning all. G'day, Soza. Good to hear. Hydrogen peroxide, good for stuff like mouthwash, etc. Here it helps people who had COVID by breathing it. I'd gargle it, but I wouldn't breathe it. But I usually, because, too much can be a toxic thing. Very little is okay. But I tend to steer people away. And I usually say the better one is iodine. One, because it's safe. And two, you're less likely to even if you ingest it, it's not going to harm you in any negative way. So I usually say to people, get iodine, put it in, spray it in your mouth, and put some, or in a water solution, and gargle it. It does the same thing. Actually, just gargling with water actually reduces the viral load. Just gargling with water is actually. I remember ages ago, I actually did on my early COVID videos. I actually showed the gargling effect. There wasn't much difference between actually gargling just water. You just get slight better with some of these things, but it's safer to go with the option of, you can do salt as well, gargling. That also helps. Or you could do, basically iodine. Iodine is pretty good as well. I mean, I know in Vietnam, they encourage the population to use glycerine, which is, the mouthwash stuff. And that also can help. So, but it's not probably the best thing, because it's an alcohol-based, and alcohol-based stuff can, if you overused for very long, it's like alcoholics with, esophageal cancers and stuff like that. Too much alcohol, not a good thing to gargle with, basically. Would you be worried about whether the amount of mercury amalgams is able to be leaching, or do you see that as an irrelevant, provided one not selenium deficiency? Look, selenium does really help at as producing a compound called selenide that chelates and removes mercury. So that's why I did that video on all the fish that basically have higher, the ratios, very important, the ratios on the fish. Certain fish may have a certain level of, mercury, but if they've got a very good ratio, they can remove it out of the system much easier. So that's an important other factor. So anybody who hasn't seen that video, it's about well over a year ago now, that video. So it's you'd have to go right down to the bottom of my list of videos to find it. Look, I had my amalgam teeth. When I had some of my wisdom teeth removed and I was put under, I actually, at the time, I actually also had amalgam teeth removed properly. That means while I was under, and there was they were able to basically give me, providing me with oxygen and all that, so they could basically then prevent anything from going ingesting, and they were able to put this whole surface inside where it couldn't actually get past that surface. So it was really done properly, but it took time. But I had them all removed. This was a number of years back. And I never got any mercury poisoning whatsoever or whatever. It was done properly. The doctor basically was a UK doctor, well trained, knew what he was doing, so he did a very good job. But if, you know, you got to be careful with these sort of things, removing amalgams or stuff like that. If you've got cracks on any of the teeth, you know, because a lot of us have come from inappropriate diets, we haven't healed completely, and potentially there's a risk, then have that tooth removed, or have some sort of intervention done on it. And selenium would be a good thing to be, you know, go slightly above the levels, because you'll use it. You won't get into toxic levels around doing such an intervention. It depends. If it's stable and it's okay, leave it alone, is what they usually say nowadays. Because unless you've got a real good doctor that specializes in these things and knows what they're fucking doing, don't go to the average dentist, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Get yourself a dentist that specializes in removal if you're going to do it. And it will be an expensive process. It costs me a number of thousands of dollars. So you've got to have money as well to do it. Just letting you know. Ground up heart and beef for cat and pork ribs for the humans. Ah, yes. Yes, my head has been examined. Fluffy brain has a brain. Barely used. I wouldn't say so. You wouldn't be here if you barely used it. Yes, yeah, cats definitely need that sort of stuff. They also need a bit of liver and stuff like that. They need to get taurine, very important. Cats, unlike us, that can synthesize, they definitely need more in their diet. Taurine can be a very big thing. And if you want good furry, God. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, amateur time, Blinky. Yeah, if you want good, you know, the quality of the fur and generally the functioning of the cat's body, definitely make sure that it's getting enough taurine in the diet. Yes, it did. I probably need to add more fat into my diet since I'm quite lean. Yeah, you probably do. I'm adding cream okay, and the other way to add more fat. Yeah, any other way, I would say pork belly, you know. And actually, you know, when it comes to, you know, a lot of people talk cream and cheese and stuff like that, or really, brie is a very fatty cheese. Because at the end of the day, you need energy. You don't want to basically, you know, you want protein to lean yourself out. But, you know, the only time somebody needs to basically cut back slightly on the fat is when they want to use the tap into their own body fat. They're fat adapted. They've you know, regulated their endocrine system, so it's not deranged. So if you come from a sad diet or a vegan diet or whatever, you're still going to have some derangements. And usually what I recommend those people do is very high fat versions and moderate protein, so they can basically, the key thing here is to flush out deuterium, get the mitochondria working, get them fat adapted. And once that happens, then they can cut, because they'll lose weight because they're quite heavy. They'll lose weight that. And when they sort of get it into a plateau, that's when they cut back on their own weight to eat, so the body will use more of their own weight. Now, if you build a bit of muscle at the same time, that's another advantage, because if you have more muscle, protein synthesis is driven primarily by how much leucine is in the protein. So foods that are high in leucine are really important for muscle protein synthesis. So if you've got more leucine, you'll build more muscles. The more bigger muscles you'll consume, the more rapidly you'll lose weight as well, because you'll be using more of that energy. You need more energy when you've got bigger muscles. Your metabolic rate goes up. Your lean muscle mass is what determines your metabolic rate. This is why when people do idiotic things like they are eating carbohydrates and restricting their carbohydrates and basically doing what is called a restricted carbohydrate diet, lowering their calories, no, what they're doing is they're lowering their energy intake. And as a problem is, but they can't tap, because of the high insulin, they can't tap into the fat stores. So what happens? They basically start wasting away muscle. And then that's the yo-yo diet. Then they end up losing weight, but it's usually muscle weight. And then they've got a lower metabolic rate because of lower muscle mass. But they've still got a whole lot of shit on board with high insulin, and they can't tap into it. And then they pack it up, they pack it on even more. That's the yo-yo diet. Plenty of us have been there in the past. But if you're fat adapted and all that, not a problem. And you, I suspect, would be, being so lean. I would say, yes, sounds like heavy cream is there. But I would also look at low deuterium. I don't know what age you are, but I would also focus on low deuterium. The lowest deuterium fats are basically those from seafood, but you can't really oxidize a lot of those. Okay, you just can't. DHA can't be oxidized. It's used as a structural. So basically, you've only got arachidonic acid and stuff like that, and linoleic acid. So basically, your best source for those sort of sources are lamb fats, and also these are lower deuterium fats, and pork. Pork is the lowest. So basically, you could get big, massive pork belly, low in deuterium, really good. So that would be very good. Good because it's a quality fat. Pork, and it has the lowest deuterium fat, which basically means that if you're in a colder climate in particular, pork is definitely the bee's knees in that regard. If you're in a hotter climate where you can actually achieve some sort of, deuterium depletion of 19 parts per million per hour or whatever, depending on how much surface of your skin you're exposed to the sun, to UV, then but I would prioritize animal foods that are much lower in deuterium, because you're going to have healthier mitochondria, and mitochondrial density in your cells is what means your cells actually work better. They function better. They can repair themselves. That means they will last longer. You will maintain more youthful and healthier cells for longer. So you will have, I can't promise you lifespan, but I can promise you health span. That means you basically live a healthy life, and then right at the end, when you've got no more cell division, your cells can't divide anymore, you get massive senescence and organ failures, and you die quickly without having to suffer severely. Or you can have more deuterium, you decline the energy production system, and you decline chronically. It's two ways of going. So low deuterium foods, which are animal foods, is the best way. And the best fats for that is the top fat is basically that of pork, then lamb, and then beef and dairy are pretty much the same, in terms of deuterium levels. Anyway, so I ate too many carbs the other day. Oh, you bad boy, Wacky Toaster. Did you whip yourself after? Did you do 3 Hail Marys and a couple of other incantations? No? Well, you haven't done it right. What's the best way to unfuck this? I like your style. Yes. Since you're screwed yourself, we need to basically unfuck you, so to speak. Yeah, it is. You could have pointed out the need for Roy to turn up a bit earlier, couldn't you, Blinky? Oh, God. I rely on you, Blinky. Oh, even Kate's here. G'day, Kate. And I rely on you. And 6AV1NC for Moddy. Bloody hell, that's a long name. and a complicated name. Good to see you here as well. Anyway, back to the stream. Okay. The best food, or the best, well, you got two things going here. B1 is very important because you will burn through quite a lot of B1, which is thiamine. The other requirement is B2. You'll burn through a bit of that as well. The other thing is choline, which is in eggs and liver. That helps export fat out. Any fibrotic tissue, unlikely with such limited food. And beyond that, just don't do it again. But you do burn through B vitamins quite a bit with carbohydrate metabolism as a consequence of that. I mean, if let's say those carbs included lectins and stuff like that, lactoferrin, which is raw milk, found in raw milk, but you can get a supplement of lactoferrin to use, which is another thing. Chromium can help as well with that. But yeah, there's a few things like that you can do. But the other thing is, what other stuff did you have in there? So I tend to, for the birthday parties and all that, because I'm going to drink alcohol as well, and that's going to be going to burn through B vitamins like there's no tomorrow. So usually I have about 2 B vitamins before, B complex vitamins before I basically go on the debauchery. Have about 3 grams of choline to export the fat out. I usually have about 3 grams because normally I have about 1 or 2 of taurine because and I have a bit more MSM as well. That's going to burn through all the methyl donors and stuff like that. So I do that sort of stuff. Usually a low dose vitamin E, which the Jarrow one that I don't have any at the moment. Lactoferrin, I do have that as well. So I usually use that sort of combo for those special occasions, some retirement parties or birthdays or stuff like that, when I know that I'm going to be off, I'm going to drop off the wagon and all that, and I'm going to do the. So those sort of things. I probably should do a video on that, but then should I be encouraging this behaviour? Wacky Toaster. I'll send Blinky around and give you a good whipping. That'll put you into place. What causes menopause? What causes menopausal women to put on so much fat on carnivore? It's a complicated issue, Dom. Usually, it's a derangement of the endocrine system. My quick solution to normalize estrogen and normalize, testosterone and stuff like that, these hormones, is I usually get people on boron. Remember the boron protocol? I know I haven't done the video. I know you hate me for it. Anyway, the 12 milligrams for 1 week, 9 milligrams for 2 weeks for the second week, 6 milligrams on the third week, and then for 3 months, the last week plus for 3 months to 6 months, 3 milligrams. 3 milligrams is like 2 avocados equivalent in boron. And that basically will normalize these sort of things. Obviously, there could be other issues related to that, which liver dysfunction can be a problem if you've come off a poor diet in that regard, and you just can't manage certain things properly. You can't convert certain things and stuff like that, and that can cause further sort of problems. But to a large extent, it is primarily these sort of hormonal imbalances that throw things in the air, and it affects women differently because there are genes as well, genetic differences as well. But I try to get people to sort of go very low carb. That means go zero, basically, absolutely zero, up the protein, have a sort of a good level of fats, and basically, but not too much fat. Normally I usually say women should consume more fat than men, but in this case, no, because we want to normalize hormones. And so there are important steps to be taken. And boron's very important to normalizing. So you have to throw the boron is the first thing that I actually get people to do right from the outset. The same thing I use boron with men and their testosterone, because it inhibits prolactin, and also it does reduce estrogen in the actual men and increases their testosterone. So it's very important to normalize some of that sort of stuff. But obviously then they have to do the diet right, other things, and not putting other xenoestrogens in their system. That's another factor. I've seen a lot of people like they will microwave in plastic and a whole lot of xenoestrogens, and they'll just really muck up their hormones. So there's a lot of other environmental factors as well that can be at play as well. So you need to make sure, mold can have an effect, so there's a lot of factors. And if somebody may be on a veganurized diet, and they may be on a more traditional veganurized diet, so they're not engaging the Randle cycle, they lost a lot of muscle mass, but not fat mass. So they're basically skinny lean. So they've lost lean muscle mass, but they're skinny fat. And so what happens is when they rebound, they also can put a lot, they can see what they're actually doing is they're growing their muscles. And then the fatness that was always there is obvious, if you know what I mean. So that can be another factor. I've seen that happen as well. So it's a bit of it can be another number of factors. I always ask people, give me a story of where your start point is, or what your previous diet was, or where you were. And then I can really work out, what's sort of happening. But generally speaking, a lot of these people are going to have derangements in their endocrine system. So boron is always a good thing. Don't get me wrong. I always recommend boron. I don't say there's a magical solution, but it does help a lot of people. And I've rarely come. The only time there was only Christina. She's a nurse because she's a Dutch lady. She occasionally comes on my thing. She actually went a bit too high and stayed at 6 milligrams for too long. And it basically, what it did was accentuate an existing either magnesium or potassium deficiency. So if you've got magnesium potassium deficiency and you're over 5 milligrams of boron, what it does is it actually accentuates it. It doesn't cause it, but it actually makes it more pronounced, because it requires a bit more magnesium and potassium. So as a consequence, it makes it quite obvious that you've got an underlying sort of deficiency there. So, and that basically then says, oh, okay, yep, I know, I can fix it in that regard. See, Mary Ruddock, that goes into Africa and stuff like that with the Maasai, the Hunza, and all that. Remember, we chatted about some of this sort of stuff. Those women didn't have any problems. They never had menopause, the type of symptoms. This is basically a modern affliction, so to speak, of people living. Well, it's been around probably a bit longer than the modern time, but it's been people that primarily consume a species inappropriate diet, are consuming grains for a very long time. These derangements happen over a long period of time. It doesn't happen on all that. It's like even, pain, pregnancy pain really is extremely rare in a population that doesn't eat grains. But if you're a population that eats plant foods, it's always there. It's well known. Actually was called like a curse from God, because they couldn't describe it any other way, because, the fall of man and all that, and women to blame. So it was a simple explanation in that regard. So that, that sort of stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that it can be complex. There can be other factors as well that are regards. But those are the big ones, because most people, usually most women in particular, who have avoided protein like the plague because they've avoided red meat or whatever, tend to basically have very low muscle mass, very low bone density. That's why both sarcopenia and osteoporosis are much more prominent in women than men for those reasons. And so they tend to have this sort of form, this sort of balance between lean muscle mass and adipose tissue. And so when you go on a carnivore diet, you're building up muscle mass, the fat, you end up basically like those bodybuilders who are muscular fat. And if you're eating a lot of fat as well at the same time, you're not going to be basically using it. And so it's going to be pronounced. Under those sort of circumstances, once you sort out your endocrine system, you sort of have to cut back so to be able to utilize your own body fat, so lean out, like the old bodybuilders did. So, yes. I know that Honest, who's, the American lady Honest, she basically does a high protein form. She's spoken to me anyway, and she basically has really leaned out. So you could basically do it with regular meat, just steak only, and you would lean out pretty well, as long as you didn't now add butter or any other sort of stuff, and everything would come back to pretty much normal again. So that's the sort of easiest way. If you want a quick intervention, boron and a few other things like that, but you can do it the old-fashioned way, steak and eggs. Yep. Broth blends with butter as a drink is to die for. Yes, it is. But depends on what your goals are, whether you want to basically lose more weight or not. That could impede your progress. Now, if you're lean, you should eat fat because you don't have much. You'll end up rabbit starvation with lean meat. But if you basically, and that's for Tom, who is basically lean, and that's a good idea, fluffy rainbow. So, yes, very good question. I hope I answered it to your satisfaction, and that was useful for you, Dom. Not sure how funny such pictures are, given that around a third of the population has had a jab with only an emergency approval already and mandatory vaccinations being considered. Yes, it's a strange world. Thank you, Kate. Yes, please hit the like button. Yeah, look, the reality is, as I've talked about, all vaccinations, I'm a pro-vaxxer, as you guys know. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I did the flu vax this year, and I've done plenty of other vaccinations, so I'm not against vaccinations, but all past vaccinations went through a 7-year testing period. These have been fast-tracked and companies have been indemnified. And as we've known, pharmaceutical companies have fucked up in the past, and they will fuck up in the future and in the present. So I don't want to be one of their experiments when a respiratory infection can be sorted out with vitamin D. So if it was Ebola, I'd take the risk. But it's not Ebola, it's a coronavirus. The flu is a coronavirus. Vitamin D can sort that out as well. I just periodically, not every year, but periodically, I like to update my template. So my immune system, because the problem with the flu, it changes so much. You don't really get life immunity. Where with some of the other vaccines, you do it once, you don't have to worry about it. Where with the flu, it's constantly changing. So you periodically have to, because I don't want to get a really bad bout of it. Especially with my past health issues. So not taking any risks. That's the only thing. And because I know that that technology has been tried and tested, I've never had any problems. It went through, it's not an issue. And Silence Wrench. What is wrong with you? You've got nobody to kick around. Is that it? See, I told you, you shouldn't have eaten the bird. Anyway, serves him right, doesn't it? Boys and girls. Yes, he never learns. Old Blinky. And pretty much I would have to say that, we're living in very strange times when we shouldn't basically be doing this sort of stuff. We're just, when there are other strategies. As I said, even Novavax hasn't been tested over 7 years, so I can't recommend anything to people. But if they're going to have to use something, I said the safest option, based on paper, as I've looked at it and all that, would be Novavax. At this stage, unless I'm forced by the people that I work for, or you guys are forced, or there's pressure and all that, then, I may have to, also because I want to travel, that's going to be a problem, and I may end up having to take the Novavax, not because I want to, but because I won't be able to get on a plane, and I don't want to be locked in and never be able to leave Tasmania. So pisses me off that I'm forced into it. I would rather wait for 7 years, see what the studies show, see whether it's okay, and then if it's still around, I'll take it then. But at this stage, I'll just keep my vitamin D levels up, and I should be fine. Yes, thank you, Kate. Please hit that like button. Yes, it helps the algorithm. It helps the YouTube send people away from me. Just joking. I've heard that the Randle cycle can remain engaged for 3 days after a high-carb meal. Doesn't sound right. What are your thoughts? Look, it depends. If you're sedentary, yes, it can be up to that sort of time. So in a sedentary state, it can be. But if you want to disengage the Randle cycle, you can do it with a 24-hour fast and some exercise. You will basically burn through all that glycogen and basically disengage the Randle cycle very, very quickly within probably even half a day if you exercise quite a bit and you fast or time restrict for 12 hours or 18 hours and do quite a bit of exercise. Yep, you will definitely deplete the glycogen stores. Especially you'll deplete the stores in your blood, the stuff that's circulating in your bloodstream, plus some of the glycogen stores. And as a consequence, you will no longer have, it will signal to the cells that there isn't as much energy anymore floating around in the bloodstream. And what will happen is those receptors will re-engage at the surface. So it will disengage the Randle cycle. But if you're sitting around like an office worker, stuff like that, yeah, it can take up to 3 days. So it depends on the circumstances. Also depends on your muscle glycogen stores status. So if your glycogen stores are limited, it can take a bit longer, maybe a bit over a day. If your glycogen stores are much bigger, so you're more bulkier, you've got more muscle mass, yep, that can also help. So it does vary quite a bit. I mean, when we talk about 3 days, it's sort of it's not even 3 days exactly. Some people it can be slightly more. Some people it's on average about 3 days, and that's somebody sitting around being sedentary, not doing a lot of activity, not depleting much of their glycogen, and also still eating other foods, which means you're, even if it's fat, you're still getting energy in, so you're still sort of perpetuating that engagement in a sense, because there's still stuff circulating and can't actually, and so there's still energy coming in. So the energy, you've got high insulin, and you've basically got energy coming in, so you can't release, and that extra, even if it's fat, it's adding to the energy flux, and that energy flux will have that effect. So as I said, the quickest way is either physical activity, or basically fasting, or both together will do it even faster. So it depends on those sort of factors. It really has to do the size of your body, how much you've eaten before, all these energy flux, the capacity of the body to utilize. There are rate limiting enzymes that control the rate and all that, how fast you can deplete certain things. That's the complicated story. But generally speaking, on average, around about 3 days for somebody just sitting around doing nothing, sedentary, to disengage it. So if you're eating, then you go back to a carnivore, eating steaks and stuff like that, until you disengage around, it can take up to 3 days. Yes, yes, you can pay severely for one indiscretion. So when I actually do an indiscretion, the next day I'm fasting and I'm fucking working. I'm exercising. I'm lifting weights. I'm going up a hill. I'm at work. If I'm at work, I'm going up and down the stairs continuously. All my breaks, when I do a 5-minute break, I'm up the stairs and down. It takes me about 5 minutes. And I'm like a madman going up and down multiple times in the day. I'm depleting as much glycogen as possible to get myself back out of the Randle cycle activation. So, yeah. So you can do it fast or slow. It depends, up to you, what effort you want to put in and how quickly you want to disengage it so you can, lower your inflammation. Anyway, is reducing mTOR as an anti-aging strategy idiotic? Yes, it is. I've discussed that before. You should check my other pronouncements on mTOR. And I've actually even made videos discussing that, which talks about protein and mTOR and stuff like that. So I'm not going to go over the same stuff. The reality is, when you are, I've said this multiple times, mTOR does not go up on itself. IGF-1, insulin work together synergistically with mTOR. How much that is activated depends on the insulin to glucagon ratio. Overexpression of mTOR only happens when your insulin and IGF-1 are very high. And since insulin, IGF-1 in eukaryotic, even earlier, if you go billions of years, a very long time ago in the past when early life existed on this planet, insulin and IGF-1 were one. There was no IGF-1 and there was no insulin alone. They were one and the same. The division of labor, this separation, happened through evolution time, but they work in lockstep. Insulin goes up, IGF-1 goes up. They go in lockstep and decline in lockstep and go up in lockstep. So your insulin to glucagon when you're eating a steak is 1.3. Remember? Having just a potato on its own, like a potato diet, is 4. 0.8 for fasting. So as you can see, having a steak or a carnivore diet is very low insulin, just enough for muscle protein synthesis, and IGF-1 just enough for muscle protein synthesis, and that is all regulated by the amount of leucine in the leucine pool, how much that is expressing itself. Then on the other side, you've basically got mTOR, and mTOR is basically mTOR complex 1. Let's get it right. It's not mTOR in general. There is a specific part of mTOR, which is called complex 1. That is the one that drives protein synthesis, and that is driven by leucine. So it's just the protein synthesis that is driven. Growth are driven by other factors. And since your insulin to glucagon is low, the insulin and IGF-1 are going to be in the normal physiological range, not overexpressed. It only happens when you're engaging the Randle cycle or you're on a high carbohydrate diet. If you're engaging the Randle cycle on a high carbohydrate mixed diet, your insulin to glucagon, the ratio can go 70-fold. Not 1.3 or 4 on a potato diet, 70. Okay? So you know how high your insulin is going to be, and your IGF-1 massively, and they're going to drag with them mTOR. That's why mTOR is associated with basically aging, cancer, and all that, but only in a high insulin, high basically IGF environment. As I say to people, you find me one study where insulin and IGF are low and mTOR is high. You're not going to find one because they don't exist. Because when you're on an ancestral diet, they're all in this normal physiological range. They're not overexpressed because they are interlinked. There are signaling pathways that drive these things. And if the other ones aren't being driven much higher, that isn't going to be driven much higher. And the only part of the mTOR system is mTOR complex 1 that is driven slightly higher, but slightly, and that is specifically designed to drive muscle protein synthesis, independent of any other factor. Where other factors in growth and all that are regulated by certain fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A and vitamin D, play a very critical role in cell differentiation and also cell proliferation. They regulate that. Got it? So that's where that's happening. And if you're deficient in that, and you're on an inappropriate diet, then things can go really wacky, so to speak. So on an ancestral diet, that doesn't happen. So there's a fundamental, probably, I've talked about this plenty of times. I should do a fucking video on it. Anyway, like countless other videos that I need to do. Blinky, too many things to do. Not enough hours in the day. Work is interfering, but I still need to pay the bills. G'day, Jay. Good to see you, mate. And Trouble. Good to see you here as well. Oops. You sure? Blinky's got a lot of funny issues. Hey, he may want to actually, I mean, that's really, really bigoted of you, Trouble. Why are you woke enough? I mean, Blinky may want to identify as something different, God, you need a bit of woke education, my dear. I can think of other names more colourful than that. Real colourful ones to name you if I was your parent. Yes. I'm having far too much fun tonight, aren't I? Yes. Good initials. Oops. If you're silent, you're doing it wrong. He's always doing it wrong, Trouble. You should know he's always doing it wrong. You mean the gag fits well? Well, I can tell you Blinky really likes the old gag. Where is my whip emoji? G'day, Neff. Good to see you, mate. We're having a bit of fun here. Talking some serious and having a bit of comedy as well while we're going along. I just got notified now. Damn it, YouTube. Yeah, I know. It's all over the place. Yes. You can be guaranteed with one thing when it comes to YouTube. They will always respond, not in time. Slacker, not like it's a different time each week. You've been told by Blinky. Need to changing oil on my car. Okay, that's the real reason then. So true, Harry. I trigger the Randle cycle. It shuts me down and my immune system triggers. But fasting ends it. It's fast. Yes, exactly. It is. It's fast. It's fast. Yes. That was why I order pizza to your address, nurse. You haven't given him your actual, your address details, have you? Oh my God. Bite me. Any thoughts on stevia, erythritol mix, sweeteners? Look, alcohol sugars do come with their issues in that regard. They can, in some people, cause some gut issues as well. And I mean, stevia and probably erythritol are probably not the worst ones in terms of, some of them are very dangerous. They can actually raise insulin very high, even higher than raw sugar. So they're really bad in that regard. But if you're occasionally using it, I do tend to do something on this at some point in the distant future, at some point anyway, where I just want to do a small little quick video just explaining the sort of the different levels of these, how they absorb. Some of them actually, will absorb more into the body. Others will basically, like a erythritol, you actually lose more in the feces. So it's one of those things that you don't get much. I mean, you can use quite a bit, but you end up with very little in the actual bloodstream. So it's less, you could say, less of a problem. Stevia can have a bit of an aftertaste, so sometimes it's good to combine it with something different. Most people have sort of moved away from xylitol and, sort of shifted more to erythritol for the same reasons, because you don't end up with many grams of sugar in the system, carbohydrates. So you can have quite a lot, and you can only end up with 1 or 2 grams, very little. So, and also it doesn't have as high an insulin response, an effect on insulin, stuff like that. So that's the other issue as well. It's fairly much lower. But then again, I'm always wary with manufacturers, Jay. I just don't trust the bastards, to be honest. I just do not trust. I've heard about certain stories where they've sort of cut things and mixed things. So if you're going to use any of these, do use a reputable brand and people that are actually providing you with good details of sourcing and stuff like that. Because they can sometimes mix with other things and say, like they'll put something on like erythritol, but they won't put but they won't actually, then they'll say, put something like a good sweetener mix or something like that. What they mean is they've got other things in there as well. The primary thing is erythritol or whatever, and then they've added a few other things. So they sometimes use deceptive type wording. So you've got to be very careful. And some of the other alcohol sugars can elevate quite a bit insulin. That's not a good thing. Raising insulin, one, it makes you more hungry. It's like having a big glycemic, you can end up hypoglycemic type effect. But at the other end, it also is not a good thing to raise insulin high all the time. So that's especially if you're doing a lot of carnivore sweets or stuff like that. So where you're using cream and stuff like that. I mean, I just had a small piece of my neighbour made. She's made a carnivore type cheese. It's sort of a cream cheese with some other stuff, with other cheeses and cream combined with some butter, and she put erythritol in it as well, which the amount that I got had about 2 grams of what could be of carbohydrate content. So because the rest ends up in the bowl, and I had half of that, and that was really nice. I could actually say very creamy and very fattening, and that had about 1 gram, so it had bugger all in that regard. But at the same time, I know she actually bought a high quality from iHerb, a high quality supplement. So and I don't do it every day. It's the occasional treat. I think she's being nice to me for her own reasons. Anyway, g'day, zombie. Good to see you. You got plenty of love here from this crowd. Harry dropping fact bombs as usual. Better than the fart ones that you get from the Vagoons. I feel like you have Gorillion topics you should do a video on. I do. I've stopped actually adding to my list. I've got too much. It's just the list has just been growing and growing. I sometimes think of things like, I could do that and do this. I've probably got content that I could I could keep on making. I'm not out of I'm out of hours, enough time in the day. It's not that I don't have the amount of stuff that I read. I've always been like that. I mean, I think I was 17 years of age, And I mean, it's not as if I was a bookworm. I sort of became, but when I changed neighborhoods, and it sort of changed. I used to play, and I play soccer. I cycled around. I was just regular in that regard. When I went to this more ritzy neighborhood that Dad moved us, I ended up, this was in Greece, ended up feeling a bit dumber around these smarter, richer kids. And it sort of motivated me to outsmart them and outfox them. And, I just started reading like mad, and I got into that habit, and I've never lost that habit. I mean, within 1 week, I remember once I read about 12 books, I mean, thick books, and even took notes. I mean, like, I was even staying up late. So, yeah, if I really get stuck into something and I really enjoy the topic and all that, I just plow into mountains and mountains of information. I sometimes have to remind myself, look at the time and go, oh, fuck. Like last night I went to bed after 1. I go, oh, shit. I still got up early. Sometimes I can be up to 3 o'clock and I'm still reading stuff, and I'm, and I've got work the next day. So, yeah. Yeah. I do. I think what would be my biggest disappointment? My biggest disappointment in life would be that at the end of my life, I still will know very little. I know it sounds weird and crazy, wacky toaster, but at the end of my life, I'll still know fuck all. So, yeah, I think we're all like that to some extent. Some of us basically taken a bit more to heart. But yeah. No, I used to basically, as a youngster, I did weightlifting. I used to, do a bit of, some other activities, let's say, both gambling and set up gambling rackets with a second cousin of mine, and yeah, all sorts of things that I shouldn't have been doing. So it wasn't the best behaved boy, and I think that's why Dad moved us to that other neighborhood, so I wouldn't get into further trouble. So let's say I'm pretty street smart as well. So it helps when you're basically smart here and smart in the other sense as well. You got street smarts, but you're smart enough to realize that certain things, pushing the envelope and controlling your ego sometimes is a very good thing, because you can get into too much trouble. As I say, your body's, doing things you're doing things your body can't cash in. So yes, very, very dangerous. Still burn bad in the sun on a carnivore diet. I don't. Have made my own sunscreen using zinc oxide, aloe, coconut oil, and shea butter. Is this okay? It's probably okay compared to all the other preparations out there. The key reason, Sosa, why you're having this is because you've been eating, like I did in the past, shitloads of seed oils. They've incorporated into your skin, and you burn very easily. And I burnt, within half an hour. You've, I suspect, recently come to the carnivore diet. It takes about 7 years with a low-dose vitamin E from Jarrow to basically turn over and basically electron down to all those fats as you release them. And both the stored PUFA, the damaged PUFA from the seed oils. And so, yeah, it takes time to eliminate that. So that's incorporated into your tissue. And that's basically your problem. I was there and I used to burn within half an hour. Now I can stay out for 5 hours in the direct sun. None of my friends can, and I've actually demonstrated that. And I just get a pinky glow. I don't even burn. So that's after quite a few years. Let's not forget that didn't happen like immediately. So it takes time. As I said, you have not been on an ancestral diet. So don't sit there and basically hit yourself over the head going, oh, shit, this is not working for me. Well, how long have you been on an ancestral diet or on a carnivore diet or a low-carb diet and eliminated all seed oils? I suspect until very recently. Have you had 7 years? I mean, I've had a decade where I've cleaned up my act. Where I'm now, go back a decade, I used to burn like you and have all these issues. It's taken me a decade to clean up my body and repair a lot of things. So I didn't get here magically, so it takes time in that regard. This is a low dose vitamin E that I used for that purpose. So that's what I used for 7 years to sort out with all oxidized and damaged PUFA that I got from the seed oils, because I used to consume quite a bit. Anyway, what's your thoughts on pressure cooking meat? I sometimes shear pork chops and then pressure cook them on a trivet for 3 minutes. Delicious. I haven't really looked into pressure cooking and what effects. I've heard that it actually reduces lectins. Not that I would be eating those foods, but I mean, my father has a tendency of basically boiling his meat to make it soft and then basically roasting it. So he will do for half an hour boiling and then basically put it in with all the juices, and then basically that will reduce in the in his tray, and it will basically permeate with a lot of fluids and make it very soft and easy, really enjoyable to eat. So that's another way. I mean, pressure cooking would steam and actually put a lot of moisture inside, and it's probably, in one sense, it's probably better than the actual than actually using water, which has got deuterium in it. So it's probably a better thing because you're actually using the water content from the actual animal, which is going to be lower in deuterium. So, and that is actually steaming inside and having that effect. So it's probably going to be much softer, especially if it's harder, tougher meat and all that. It's probably a very good idea in that regard. I can't see anything wrong with it, because remember those studies that I actually did about the aldehydes and the key, the oxidative products and stuff like that. Even you'd have to cook like bacon, for instance, for 35 hours or something like that. Otherwise, for even a couple of hours, you're only like 2 hours or 1 hour, you're only getting trace amounts. If you're in a low carbohydrate state, that small amount basically will mean your glutathione's upregulated, and pretty much it'll mean that it's a non-issue, because that small level of oxidation will be eliminated by glutathione. Low insulin, glutathione's up. It refreshes all the vitamin E, small amounts of the vitamin C that you're getting from the animal foods, and also sorts out any oxidation within that food that you're actually having. So it's a non-issue. So having it only a few minutes like that, I suspect, even at high temperature, wouldn't cause much problems at all, because animal fats and stuff like that are much more stable in the way they are bound in that matrix of theirs, and that would actually put a lot of steam from the animal's own, because meat has a lot of water content. Like we produce metabolic water, all other mammals do the same thing. So that metabolic water is low in deuterium, obviously, and that would basically also permeate and soften the meat as well. And it's the actual moisture from the animal itself. So I'd probably be okay. I would say, just thinking about it and all that, you're only doing it for a very few amount of minutes, even at high temperatures, not an issue. The experiments show that. So yeah, it's probably, just, I haven't actually seen any experiments with pressure cooking and what the results are, but compared to conventional means, which actually would be putting more heat for longer in stuff and doesn't cause any deleterious problems, why would a couple of minutes cause any problems? So I suspect, it needs actually sous vide as well. Michael, yep, that'd be probably okay as well. So, that's all I can think of, but I haven't seen it specifically for pressure cooking, so I can't say. I'm just sort of extrapolating from other evidence to this, and the likelihood that it's a problem is unlikely. I wish I did. I wouldn't only gag him or do other things to him. Let's not go there. No, I wouldn't do that to Blinky. He's put himself into a gag, I think. Yeah, I know, like all the others. Scream, caping for Lukey. Ah, yes. Well, somebody, yes. Yes, we didn't have Lukey today around. He's probably busy with something, family-wise or whatever. I know he's had a few things that he's trying to deal with his own family, so I hope that I know with his mum as well, so I hope she's fine, and so can biotin be dangerous in high amounts than the RDAs? There's no real evidence to show that in that regard. Most people are deficient in biotin, so let's just take a look. I always like doing these, like little, what do they call them? How will I put it? Could you say let's extrapolate? Yeah, let's say let's extract. No, that wouldn't probably be the best thing to say. Anyway. Anyway. Okay. We'll look at biotin. I suspect not. And I'll explain why. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay, so let's zoom in on the biotin. Is that coming up big enough? Okay, so I think everybody can see that. If they can't see that, you're fucking blind. So, oops. That's the only problem when you actually zoom in too much. It's okay. So, for 30 micrograms. So mcg is like the Greek M, the small, that's a funny M with a G. It's micrograms, the same thing, mcg, micrograms. So 30, okay. Now, biotin sources. Obviously, liver 3 ounces has got 30. A whole egg has got 10. Okay? Okay. Remember, that geezer that actually consumed 25 eggs a day on average, sometimes up to 30, but 25. So 25 times 10, that's 250 divided by 30. That is basically, he had more than 8 times the RDI of biotin for multiple decades. So do you think it's a problem? I suspect not, DJ Projectors. I wouldn't say it is at all. So, nope, I wouldn't worry about it at all. 3 eggs will give you RDI per day. I usually have 3 or 4 eggs, and that's really good for your skin and really good for your hair as well. For, very good for that sort of stuff. So, nah, not an issue. I wouldn't get too much worried. I go on these sort of things. I look at case studies and stuff like that, and I say, well, show me these extreme cases. What really happens after decades and decades? Because the problem is we don't have any studies out there, because you can't lock people up in a ward. And very few people do something crazy as having 24 to 30 eggs a day. Okay, that's not a normal thing. He had an addiction to eggs, this old man. He was 88 years old, outlived his parents and everything like that, and had normal cholesterol range, because cholesterol does not raise cholesterol. It's the Randle cycle and many other bloody things. And even if it's raised because you've got genetic reasons, again, that's not an issue, because basically the more saturated fat and certain genetic phenotypes can actually produce more cholesterol. But as long as it's circulating, it's not oxidizing, not an issue. Only when it's oxidizing is it a problem. So it's absolute non-bloody issue in that regard. So do I worry? Not really. I mean, when you can have 8 times the RDI for the recommended daily intake, or allowance, as they call it now, but it was called intake in the past, RDI. Basically, I mean, and you're doing it for, this guy was 88, he'd be doing it for decades upon decades. I mean, he couldn't even remember. He said he was in his younger age, so nobody really knows. But he was doing it for multiple decades. He had an addiction to eggs. So this guy is not, he was definitely doing it for more than one generation. One generation is 33 years. So 33 years would mean if he had started at 55 years of age and he was 88, that's 33. That's one generation. So in one generation, basically, we've got somebody consuming, and that's what they do with the rat studies as well. Like they'll do like a 6-month thing, which is similar to like one generation of human, the lifespan type thing. For fuck's sake, 1 year, which is what I mean, which is similar to that, nearly approximately a year that they do, which is the same sort of thing. Rats live for about 2 odd years. They've got a high metabolic rate. That's why they die quicker. And pretty much, because their thyroid runs at a much higher rate. So very different from us. So carbs will make your thyroid run. That means cell division will happen much faster. So if you want to die faster, eat carbs. I thought I'd bring that up when we're talking about rats. Let's throw that in the mix as well. But back to the biotin issue. No, not an issue, because basically this person was consuming massive amounts. I don't think many people would consume that amount today. And he was doing it over, because he wasn't eating like that in his mid-50s. He was eating even earlier. So we're talking about more than one generation, which is 33 years. So this guy was actually the perfect experiment to prove that. That's not an issue. So that's the biotin stuff there for people to look at. Oh, go away. And that's that study as well. Okay, normal plasma cholesterol. Not that we give a shit about cholesterol, us carnies. In an 88-year-old man who eats 25 eggs a day. Mechanism of adaptation. No, it's just normal, you fucktards. And what do they talk about? Back to his family. So his father died unknown causes at the age of 40, and his mother died at 76. One sister died at the age of 82. The other one was alive at 86. Their plasma lipid values were not available, so they didn't check them at all. The patient's poor memory impairment and accuracy of diary history, so didn't have a diary history, obviously, but his consumption of 20 to 30 eggs a day was verified. All through, he could not remember the duration of this eating pattern. His physician attested to his presence for 15 years, so he knew him for 15 years, his current physician. Friends for even longer, and he was always soft-boiled eggs and, stuff like that. But he couldn't remember. He thought it was when he was much younger, but he couldn't remember exactly. And since they didn't have a specific time, they said they don't know. But the guy, basically, it's not the biggest problem with eggs is the iron isn't heme iron, it's non-heme iron. But he was consuming quite a bit and probably was getting okay iron levels in a sense. Now, it's not a perfect diet, but, what we're looking here is we're not really looking at the perfect diet. I mean, I believe that you have really mixed the animal foods a bit and trying to get mixed. But when people say, oh, one egg will kill you, I mean, what? Are you fucking insane? One egg will kill you? You can use this example to bash them over the head with it. Take this study, put it on a baseball bat and hit them, until they realize, now, have you read the study? No, you haven't. Bang again, read it. I'll stop when you read it. So that's what I'm saying about you can actually, I'm not physically, verbally, we're talking about hitting them over the head with a baseball bat, a verbal, but you can basically, any vegan out there that tells you, oh, one egg's going to kill you. What? Are you fucking insane? You lunatic, you absolute cockwomble. So you can actually hit them over the head with this one. Plus the biotin level, if anybody goes, oh, because I've heard also DJ projectors, oh, too much biotin is dangerous. It's high in animal foods, like in liver in particular. That's where they go. Liver and eggs, very high. Just look at this fucking study. 25, 30 eggs a day. Give us a break. So, yes. Use that as weaponry against the vagoons. Hello, sir. Right, good to see you, mate. Do you know if frozen, then thawed meat can be magically harmful to eat? Should be a problem. Can there be any downside to eating meat that has been frozen every day for years? Look, if it's a very long period of time, you will lose some nutrition. You also will lose a lot of micronutrition, which can be lost because a lot of the cell walls and all that degrade, break down from the excessive, like a lot of heat, a lot of cold can do that. And then so when it thaws out, it becomes a bit more mushy. You lose a lot of quality in that regard. You're getting protein, but you're not getting as many of the micronutrients. You've lost some of the structural integrity that holds a lot of that stuff in. So that regard, yeah. Usually most are recommending like you should freeze things for about a year, no more, or maybe at most 2 years. But if you're pushing it beyond that, the quality isn't going to be there. It's going to be slightly degraded. So that's what they're talking about. So, but as I said, nobody really done long-term assessment of freezing for multiple years and testing to see what happens. So this is basically based on just over 2 years, not based on multiple years. So I couldn't really tell you, and nobody could tell you because there's no study around. They could speculate. because they could see what happens in about 2 years, how it breaks down quite a bit, and you lose some of the micronutrients. But maybe the longer you do that, you end up with something like a supplement powder, but only in an animal food, with very poor micronutrients, a lot of macros in terms of protein and fats. Yes, that was before when we were talking about the pressure cooking. I don't find the link to this site for candida elimination tablets or oil that you put on previous chats. Can you put the link, Harry? Hold on. That was the iHerb one. I don't know why it doesn't come up very easily for some other people. What's it doing now? It's that one there. Let me just share, put on the screen. So it's $24.58 Australian. That's what it looks like. That's a kill candida in just 3 days. There's been studies on this. It's a pretty good potent, but I always suggest that if you're going to use this, do combine it with the B vitamins, the vitamin D, the other supplement as well that I've talked about. That one. Let me just find it. This one here. So my favorite, this is the one from Sweden, and it's specifically these strains here. So both of these are Lactobacillus reuteri, but these are different strains, the ATCC PTA 6475 and then the DSM 17938. I think that it's the DSM one that plays the critical role when it comes to C. diff, things like that, certain pathogens and stuff like that. So that helps as well, because both strains naturally colonize humans and they are strong adapters to persist and interact with humans. Well, when your mother pushes you out, you get a lot of lactobacillus. That's really in the vaginal canal, shitloads of lactobacillus. Something you don't get if you cut out the other way. So that's the. Did I actually put? No, I didn't put it there. Let me drop that in. So you definitely need to deal with some of those. Get some of the good stuff to actually fight some of those pathogens as well. Plus, your B. I've talked about your B vitamins plus your vitamin D. You have to do a good status. I mean, lactobacillus, bifidos, and some of the others, they actually require vitamin D. Yes, they exchange B vitamins, and they do a whole lot of other things like suppress pathogens, but they also require vitamin D. Otherwise, they start shrinking in the quantity. To grow them, they need vitamin D. Just keep that in mind. So maintain good vitamin D levels. It's probably another reason, because of so much deficiency, why a lot of people have got bad gut microbiomes as well. Anyway, yep, we've covered that. I'm surprised they make gags big enough for Blinky Harry. Not big enough. Trouble, not big enough. I've put out a tender for a much bigger size, uber-sized gag for him. We're working on it. It's a work in progress. Basically, he had all the nutrients he needed from the eggs. Ah, yes, not too bad. Lukey, you woke up. We woke you up. Good to see you, mate. How are things in your lot? Into the woods. Hello, everyone. Say hi from a friend's family farm. Have lots of raw milk, beef, and pork. Oh, so you're enjoying yourself somewhere in the rural parts of Brazil. Well, I hope you're having fun. Good to hear. And Wacky Toaster. 1 egg is equal to smoking 5 cigarettes. Some vagoons, fucktards. Ah, yes, exactly. Yes. Show them this. That will shock them. Let alone there's not one study in the world that actually shows odds ratio of over 10 or 20 or stuff like that, like with cigarettes. They're just making up shit. There's a problem. These vagoons have infiltrated academia, and all these academic organizations are full of vegetarians and vegans, and they're just basically propagandizing. They're not doing science, they're just propagandizing. They are basically criminals as far as I'm concerned, and they don't care. They're willing to lie to protect the poor animals. They're willing to do anything. They're willing to put their life at risk. You think they won't lie about things? I mean, let's get real. But these are good studies that we can whack them over the head. Oh, 1 egg, really? 25 eggs for multiple years? You're really seriously saying that it's equivalent to that amount? God, just think of it. 25 eggs on average. 1 egg, they said. So 25 times 25, that's like consuming 625 smokes a day. So I know that if you were to smoke one thing you couldn't afford to pay for especially in Australia with the high taxes we've got, for 625 smokes. I mean, most of the packs have got about 25. That's about 25 packs. So just think of it. You have to go and buy 25 packs. I think they're about, what are they now? I can't even remember. I remember they were $10 a couple of years back. They're probably even higher than that. But let's say they're $10. Let's say we can go back in time and buy cigarettes when they were slightly cheaper, $10. You would have to pay $250 a day for that privilege, or for the whole year, $650, $91,250 for your cigarettes, to basically get the same equivalent effect as those 25 eggs. I would rather kill myself with eggs than with cigarettes. Less expensive. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. That guy basically the equivalent of 625 smokes a day. I mean, I don't know one smoker that actually smokes that much. So yeah, it just shows how ridiculous they are and how they just make up shit. They just lie. They are criminals. This is why me and Bart call them criminal misanthropists. We don't do it accidentally. We don't make up shit. We call them because that is what they are. They are basically, they don't care. They have basically a misanthropic culture that basically don't care about human life. Some of them actually say that they would like to see human life be extinguished from this planet. The ultimate end point is a narcissistic, nihilist, genocidal vagoon. That's what you end up, having very dark thoughts and basically being in league with the devil, more or less, at that stage. So, people like Vegan Gains and people like that are just basically really evil people. Their ideology has taken them to very evil and dark corners of their psyche. They should be basically, because they actually absolutely lost. One feels sorry for them that they are lost, that they've become so hateful towards life itself. It's crazy. That's where the end game of basically, I don't want any suffering. Well, you live in a world where there's always going to be suffering. That is reality. If you can't cope with reality, what? Let's kill all life? You become anti-life in order to avoid suffering. So no life, no suffering. That's the madness. That is the vagoonerized madness, the end point. So we have to call it out for what it is. It's absolute fucking madness. They are mad as hell. Yes, and the word hell is not too far away. Yes, he's having a fabulous time. He's really enjoying himself. We're all jealous, Lukey. We're all jealous. You're welcome, DJ Projectus. Can one get enough L-taurine from raw kefir, cheddar, and all that? Different strains, different actual strains. Yes, you can get all, because remember, the Lactobacillus reuteri is a family. That family has multiple strains. Just think of it like the flu has multiple strains. Exactly. So all those numbers are different strains. And those different numbers, those different strains, are different things that basically have different biological effects on the in different areas. A lot of them have similarities. There's a long list. It's a video that I do want to make on the gut microbiome and all the different strains and all their different biological effects. But I've left it for now because I'm sort of covering, you could say, the low-hanging fruit. And at some point in the future, I want to do a bit more deep diving into more of the mechanisms that are actually at play with some of these different strains of, and I'm also trying to locate certain types in different foods and certain supplements and stuff like that, because a lot of people are deficient in a number of them because of glyphosate and antibiotics. They've lost a lot of them. Lactobacillus type, tend to be very vulnerable to antibiotics and glyphosate, which has got antibiotic mimicking characteristics. And those are very important for good human health. And so it's one of those things that I have to look into and go down the right rabbit holes and find the right supplies, because there's a lot of stuff that some people are pushing out there which isn't the best stuff, and some of them can actually even have negative effects. I mean, like acidophilus, which they put in all the actual supplements and yogurts and all that. Well, it actually increases ghrelin. It actually makes you hungry. It actually makes you want to eat more. So not a good thing, and encourages you to eat the wrong things as well, because it likes sugar far too much than the others. So it can be a problem. So there's all that sort of stuff to consider. Harry, have you ever heard about the early biblical cord cutting thing? Not really, no. I'm probably not really up to date on the pregnancy site type things. I know a bit, but not on the... No, I haven't. Now you've intrigued me. I'll have to look into it. Where the cord is cut as soon as possible, for some reason, preventing the blood from the placenta to get into the baby, potentially weakening it. Yeah, never heard of that. I know that actually some animals actually eat that, like cows and stuff, eat the placenta. The actual cow, not the calf, but the cow. and it actually provides back some nutrients. So why would you basically cut it and not give the kid those things? So doesn't really make sense to me, because then the cow then gives it through the milk to the child, but humans won't sit around eating placenta. But, look, I don't know. I really don't know. There may be some other issue with it that you want to cut it quickly, because, once the placenta comes out, it sort of no longer is as alive as it before, like the blood and other things inside will start breaking down much faster, and that may not be healthy for the kid. It may be that's the reason, that I can only think, but I really don't know in that regard. But that's a speculation on my side. But it's something that intrigues me. I'll actually look into it. Interesting, just as a novel thing just to know. Jared, good to see you, mate. Thanks for the claps. I suspect some of the earlier comments that I made about the Vagoons. Yes. Vagoons, believe animal, love them. Yes. You put basically a whole lot of hay between a Vagoon and a cow. The cow will trample over the Vagoon to get to, that's how much it loves them. Absolutely crazy they are. I always basically pose this question to the Vagoons. I go to them. So, are you so, let alone I have a bit of a go on the moral thing, where they derive their moral, and eventually it's down to subjective. So we've covered that. So basically, it's your opinion against mine. So stop lecturing me is basically the thing, because you don't deprive from God. You don't have objective truth you can base it on. So all you basically have is basically your own personal opinion that you don't like doing it. Fine, but don't fucking whack me over the head with it. So they lose that argument immediately. Then the next one is basically, I'm a species. We're not, that animals, normal animals, you can have relationships that they're not species. Bullshit. Because I usually say, well, first of all, if they say God, if some of them are religious, I usually say, well, where did God basically, there were cases where somebody presented animal foods to God, and he was more pleased with the animal foods rather than the plant foods. So how can you be a Christian and basically say that God doesn't like us consuming animal foods? So you immediately lose that argument on the religious basis. And then when you basically go away from that, the Seventh-day Adventists, I mean, the old leader of that lady, I forget her name now, she basically had probably an affair with the devil. They put those, because remember, the devil actually offered the apple, the fruit, the carb, so I suspect that was the second incarnation, the second Eve, as I call it, to basically fuck up the nutrition of humanity via those cockwombles, So, but anyway, let's not make it a religious war thing at the moment. But then I go to the Vagoons. Okay, Vagoons. Well, I don't say that, but I would like to say that. But the thing is, the other point. So you don't believe in faith, so you believe in evolution. They go, yes. And I go, okay, so you believe in evolution. Good. So you got them there, and you say, well, what does Darwin actually say? And they'll say survival of the fittest. No, I say it's survival of the most adaptable. That means a species prioritizes its own species, is speciesists, to prioritize its survival. So all other animals in nature, just because you've got a brain and you can think differently, it doesn't mean you're actually correct. In accordance to your own Darwinian logic and your own genes, you should be a species like all the other animals are. They prioritize the survival of their own species. So they lose that argument as well. So they lose the Darwinian argument, they lose a religious argument. So all they've got is basically the Vagoonerized nonsense. And I just go, so you're another victim, I usually say at the end, of Disney. So you grew up with animated animals that spoke, and you fell in love and you thought they were so cute and you thought that wasn't reality. So you're basically living in, a fantasy world, a make-believe fantasy world of cute furry animals. Grow up is my next sort of remark. I get really strange looks from some of these young people, and I wonder why. Young vagoons, I can upset them very fast. They usually stop talking to me or accuse me as an elder of creating all the carnage in the world. We're so evil, us old people. We're to blame for everything, don't you know? Even sunspots, apparently. G'day, Raymond. A TV chef in the UK cooked up his wife's placenta. Okay, some people have got weird and wonderful ways of doing things anyway. Good for them. Oh, look, there may be some nutrition. I mean, in it, I know that cows do eat and certain other animals, so I won't knock it, but it's probably, I'm glad I'm a man. I'll leave it at that before the ladies in the stream start attacking me. Probably not these ones. They know I'm very colourful when it comes to those things. It's just a cheap shot on my part. Yes, I know. Bad boy, Harry. Sean Baker chatted about the Vagoon mental illness of considering animals their friends. Yes, exactly. Yes. They are definitely, yes, probably a lack of specific nutrients really affects their brains, having grown up with cartoons that never grew out of it, plus the vagoonerized diet, the sort of, regressing, like old people that have got lack of nutrients, they regress, from dementia, the vagoonerized diet makes you more demented, you regress to the early childhood of the furry, fuzzy cartoon animals that spoke to you. Maybe that's happening to them potentially. Where's Blinky when you need him to make a nice little image of a vagoonerized reverting to his early childhood? What's your favorite game meat? I think the wild boar tastes amazing. I'd have to agree. So, yes, I've hunted and I've different animals, both in Europe and in Australia. And I can tell you, I do like wild boar. Yes. I nearly got, let's say, run down by one when I was young. Anyway, didn't get killed. It was, I had enough time to get away, really, to be honest. But still, sometimes when there's too much vegetation, you just can't take the shot because you don't know who's further ahead. You don't want to injure anyone, so it's best sometimes you let the damn thing get by you rather than actually risk potentially hitting someone. So yes, unless you can see, you don't shoot. Animals that are our best friends are the ones who share their meat. Yes, exactly. Not our meat, their meat. Yes, I love animals. They're delicious. Yes, exactly. I had quite a lot of bacon today. Shitloads of bacon. Still full. So about more than a pound of bacon. So I literally pigged out. I put the pig suit on with a big tail, I literally, was in the trough, the bacon trough, like mad, So I really enjoyed it. And I had some really nice Italian cheese, it's got a really hard crust to it. And the middle part, I forget the name now. I threw away the damn thing. So I can't even, so it's got a really nice, I'll actually get some and I'll show you guys. It's really soft inside, so it's very creamy. It's got a lot of fat. It's really creamy inside. It's a yellow cheese, but it's really creamy. It's a really thick crust, and it comes in a raw form. It's raw, basically, raw dairy. I just forget the name now, but it is really nice. I do have to say I enjoy it. I have many carnival bird friends. They will sit all around me when I eat my breakfast outside. I bet. Damn freeloaders. I get the same thing. I go down, I take my beef patties with basically bacon, and I'm down on the waterfront, and I've got all these seagulls turning up. I'm going, at the end, I just give them the crumbs. The rest, they go wild like mad. Yes, come in a bit late, but at least I can catch the last 2 hours. Yes, you can, AG. Dusters, mate, dusters. Cream. The cream are here, JB and Luke. Oops. Nearly lost that. I'll tell you, it hasn't been too, with StreamYard, it hasn't been too misbehaved recently. I don't know whether they've improved something. It still does, but maybe I'm sort of keeping up with the actual thing a bit better than what I was before. So, yes. Yeah, that's mental illness, yes. Yeah, I know, when they're humanizing their animals. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's just they're full of contradictions with all the things that they say. And, what do you think of kefir, Harry? It's fine. I've done it before. Is it a food that you would have eaten in the past? We would have fermented. We did have fermented foods. Even the Inuit used to take fish stuff, throw it under snow and ferment it. And a lot of other tribal populations have fermented foods. And kefir is just another dairy fermented foods. And certain fermented, basically, milk products, the Maasai have it. They've been having it for thousands, for as long as they can remember. So it's fine. It's not a problem whatsoever. Fermented foods to have occasionally. They tend to be also higher in lactobacillus strains, things that we tend to lose more easily, and we need quite a bit of to be healthy. So not an issue in, it's just another, way of fermenting certain animal foods, in particular dairy with kefir. So I pretty much do occasionally a kefir with my raw milk. So yeah, I do enjoy it. Oh, Magpie's eating steaks out of my hands. It's a vegan's nightmare. Oh, yes. You should record it and send it to all your vegan friends. And then they can come and talk to tell them to come and actually talk to the actual seagulls and to the magpies and all that, and ask them why they are doing it. And then record it and show how stupid they look like. Hypothetical question: if corn was cooked into a tortilla through the traditional 5-step process, is that better for you than a sourdough bread? Thank you. Tortilla. One thing that I do, I remember an experiment where they had given somebody, I can't remember whether it was zinc or iron. It affects both, but I can't remember which one it affects the most. I think it was zinc. Yeah, it was zinc. And basically, a tortilla, based on corn tortilla, basically reduced zinc. It does reduce also iron, but it reduced zinc dramatically down to negligible levels. So these people had, like, I think it was six ounces of oysters. No, sorry, 6 oysters it was. It was zinc from oysters. Yep. David Salvador. Yep. Good on you for remembering. And I think it was 6 oysters from memory. And they basically, they chelated the zinc, and their zinc levels that were not even detectable. That's how low they were when you combine the actual oysters with a tortilla. So I probably wouldn't. I'd give it a miss. That's and beans. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look, it's a long time since I've looked at that study, David. So it's So basically, Sourdough bread is probably less problematic compared to something like a tortilla. So, yeah, far worse. And some of the actual issues with sourdough bread can be mitigated with lactoferrin with raw milk. Raw milk binds a lot of those lectins that cause a lot of the issues as well. So if you ferment it and then basically use lactoferrin from raw milk to bind them, it's going to be less of a problem. Obviously, you don't want to eat excess amounts, but yeah, if I was given the option which one to go, I'd go for the bread rather than the tortilla with the milk. Yes. Vegan Gains advocates killing all meat-eating animals. That would be like 70% of all living things. Exactly. They're just basically they are beyond misanthropists. They're basically pure evil. Their thinking is pure evil. And, talk about, killing that amount of animals. You would basically have a complete collapse of the environment, because without predators keeping the herbivores under control, they would basically turn whole, pastures and the entire grasslands into deserts very quickly, because they would overgraze and they would decimate the environment, because they don't think. The grazing animals have got very small brains. They don't think. They just go on their Darwinian sort of system. They just want to perpetuate their species. They want to breed. There's no predators. They can keep on breeding and creating more grass crunchers. And the more grass crunchers, there's not going to be much grass left. And once you eliminate most of the grasslands, you've got environmental desertification and collapse of the environment. So these people would like to destroy the environment, destroy the planet. They are completely and utterly insane. For them, as I said, the only way you can eliminate all suffering on the world is if you eliminate all life. They are basically anti-life. Their ideology is not only misanthropic, it's anti-life. It's evil. It's pure evil at the heart and core of it. The ideology is pure evil at its core. And that's what most people don't understand. And when you explain it like this to some of the vagoons that are willing to listen a bit, then they realize and come to their senses and go, and they realize that the rabbit hole that they've gone down is one of pure evil. And if they've got they've got a Christian background or a humanistic type background, that they may snap out of it. Let's put it that way, zombie. And if they don't, they've lost themselves far too much. We are the Cream Harry's Roundtable. Ah, yes. Actually, now that reminds me, I will be doing an announcement in regards to something. Remember the Zoom sessions that I was talking about? I'm going to be setting up something for next week on Saturday. So I'm trying to work out what the best time. I need to go through and look at all the time schedules, what time in different parts of the world to try and actually, I think I've worked it out what time to do it the best would be at night in Tasmania, like 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, which will allow the majority of people around the world to be able to come on, theoretically. So, and do something like that, have a little, like a community get together and say hello and, ask things and, whatever, chat amongst each other, that sort of thing. So we'll see how it goes, whether anybody turns up, which is the other thing. Or maybe they're alone with one or two people. We'll see. Didn't Vegan Gains have a vasectomy? I don't know. Did he? I think he may have. I think somebody told me that, but I don't know. I've never heard it from the actual horse's mouth. But, let's not forget McGregor used to recommend vasectomies. Let's kill off the human race. Yes. Stop further animal suffering. Now let's kill off all the carnivores, even the animal ones. And let's decimate the fucking environment. Oh, God, they're fucking crazy. They're so contradictory. You know, if you decimate the environment, I mean, that sort of attitude of killing off animals is going to decimate the environment. It's anti-environmental. It's not even talking about environmental, like the balance between the species, He's way out there. He's really lost the plot. I find that the same people who want to save animals by veganism also want to save the planet by using wooden toothbrushes and save other people by wearing pieces of clothing on their face. Yeah, I know. They're pretty much the same. They've got so many contradictions, such crazy thinking, and remember, these people the reason why they think like that is because for somebody to put a cloth on their mouth and all that is they're completely disconnected from reality and from nature. And it doesn't surprise me that they have this version, this make-believe mythical fantasy land. It is fantasy, really, fantasy view of the environment or nature. Nature is quite harsh, You only hear about the tragic stories of people getting lost in a forest or whatever and not having the skill sets, and, tragic things happen to those people, So the world out there in nature is very harsh. And you either step up as a species and survive, or you go under. Ours, unfortunately, is declining now. But in the past, they weren't. Look at the Maasai. They walk, and when the lion sees the Maasai, you know what they do? They pick themselves up from the ground and move on to keep their distance. They know who's boss in that environment, and it's not them, it's the humans. But I bet you my bottom dollar, if you threw some European or whatever, wouldn't survive very long, I can tell you. In that sort of environment, they struggle to survive in an environment where there are no cats and tigers and, all sorts of other colourful creatures that can actually trample you or bite you or whatever else. So, yes, most of us live the way we live. Yes, we've lost a lot of our original sort of adaptations or knowledge, you could say tribal knowledge, to basically survive in those environments, and our disconnect. And so we don't have a relationship with our food anymore the way we used to, a natural relationship. It's another reason why some of this sort of strange ideas have surfaced in the 20th and 21st century. Doesn't surprise me at all. Harry, if I'm wanting to eat cheese, but I'm from Australia, so am I, AG. Are there any brands you get at most of them and all pasteurized? Nope, they're not. I've actually talked about it. If you look at my older videos, I talk about a number of different cheeses in Australia that are basically either at IGA stores that are basically that are raw. Even Woolies has one. Woolworths in Australia, Countdown in New Zealand. We actually call them, because we truncate everything in Australia, like McDonald's is Macca's, Woolworths is Woolies. So it's a national thing. We've got it. Yes, you just have to cope with us when we use these sort of words. I even use them. It's not somebody that is intellectually challenged that doesn't use it. I do it because it's just part of the culture here in Australia. So for those non-Australians that are on the stream, that's what we call it. Anyway, now let me just and this raw cheese you can actually buy in Woolworths. It's called Comté. It's French. It's actually raw cheese. Okay, I will share it on the screen. And basically, so an authentic French cheese with semi-hard texture and nutty fruity flavour. Ah, yes. Carbohydrates next to nothing. Unpasteurized cow's milk, salt and cultures. Very traditional. So I usually have a little sign here somewhere. They got a, yeah, they usually stick it on there. So it's unpasteurized cow's milk. But they actually say, yeah, so it's raw milk. It's based on raw milk, you know. So, and that's pretty much it. Compty. So there you go. And that you can actually get at Woolies. I'm not sure about any other store. Now, the other stuff is primarily at IGA stores. And back to me, back to this colourful character. Yeah, so, yep. So that's one raw cheese. And a lot of the other ones you have to go to basically to the IGA stores or specialty stores, most other things. I'm surprised that this, you know, maybe one of the senior managers at Woolworths basically likes this, enjoyed this, went to France and brought it and decided to bring it back. So good for us as a consequence. Yes, I know all the roads to hell are paved with, yes, exactly. Yes, with vagoonerized idiots. Yes. Yes, that was the zinc one we were talking about. And David was contributing some helpful, reminding me of some things that I couldn't remember exactly. Yes, exactly. Precisely. Too many chelating factors. I saw a video of vagoons claiming themselves to be automated lines for processing chickens, and one vagoon almost died. Chaining themselves, yeah, I know. And you know what? It would be considered a worthy sacrifice in their own eyes. Yeah, and also one less human around. There's the upside for them. That's how. Yes, little, very, very weird. What do you think about colostrum found in some protein powders? They concentrate it in my case. I don't really know. I've heard about some of the stuff, but I have heard that some of it can be damaged, some oxidation. So, yeah, it's not something that I recommend. You can buy like bovine colostrum, and that's fine, you know, from a good reputable company. But in these sort of protein powders, I've heard about it. And colostrum tends to have higher lactoferrin, which is good in those regards. But I would not touch it in powders. And you shouldn't be using powders at all, David. Not at all. Eat real meat. Eat real food. That's the best stuff. Low in deuterium. You don't want to be eating powders much higher in deuterium. These processed powders are not good for you either. They usually have very low utilization, so you don't even get much. Well, there is a trick around it. You can throw a branched chain amino acid in there, and that will increase the uptake, especially if you get a leucine supplement. Actually, you should, that's the trick around poor quality protein, is basically getting a leucine supplement and combining it to drive higher levels. And when I do my leucine video, you'll understand what I mean. So yes, it's a cheap old trick. But again, I don't like powders because of the deuterium side of things in the long run. Not a good thing. Maybe it was cheese Toledo. I don't remember what it was, the name off the top of my head. it's too many different varieties. I'm always trying different varieties. So I'll have to, I'm going to buy it again. I just can't remember the name. I will present it in the next week. Yeah, why not? I'll pick some up this week, and I'll literally show you guys next week. So it is really nice. I really enjoyed it, and because it's raw, it's got that sort of, it's got that aged sort of effect. It's sort of, it's got that. It's a much deeper flavor as well. It's like it's got a bit of a fermented sort of. It's really nice. I actually enjoy it. So you get the inside is creamy and all that, and the outside has got a bit of that fermented type thing, the hard crust. So it's a different combination. So it's, yeah. Yep, good. Confirmed by Wacky Toaster about the vasectomy of Richard. Vegan Genes. Is there any lactoferrin in the cow's milk from Australia that is cold pressed or would have that? No. In the cold pressed raw milk, you still have lactoferrin. Only heat can destroy it. All they're doing is eliminating the bacteria, both good and bad, which probably isn't the best thing. But that's the only one that'll allow them to sell, unfortunately. But you get all the other stuff. Yes, you could basically get the supplemental form and you could eat bread, but do you want to? I mean, you're still going to be engaging the Randle cycle. Okay, yes, you eliminate the lectins as a big problem, but you're still going to be engaging the Randle cycle. If you mix your macros, you're still going to be basically adding deuterium, which is not good for your mitochondria. So ultimately, is it a good thing? I'll let you ponder that point. I don't think so. Anyone got some good ideas for toothpaste? Yes, I usually get stuff that has no crap in it. I go to a place called City Organic, and they sell different toothpastes. And I actually found one that is quite well priced. What's it called again? Can't remember. Can't remember. Yeah, I've recently bought this one. I've nearly out. I need to go and buy another one. Yes. It's something that there are a number of videos and people that have made different stuff. I know my sister used to make with coconut oil and a couple of other things and all that. So there are, if you do toothpaste with coconut oil or toothpaste with palm oil or toothpaste with tallow or toothpaste, I think there's can't remember now the other one. But there are certain types that people make. Some people put hydrogen peroxide in. Some people basically will put into that preparation a couple of different things and all that. Sort of iodine and all sorts of things. So there are different combinations out there that people make. The general commercial stuff aren't really good, but the other stuff, yeah. But generally speaking, if you look at Tribal Society, nobody did. If you get enough good nutrition or that, and you're not doing any indiscretions beyond the sort of, keeping the teeth clean, brushing them and flossing and stuff like that is more for our sort of city slicker lifestyle that we don't want to have. It's the presentation side. I know what you mean because I do it myself. Not that my teeth are actually getting stronger, and the way is because one, the microbiome in the oral biome has improved. Plus, I use salt to basically and basically I get iodinized salt actually, and I use that as basically as a mouth type wash. And I occasionally do like a sort of a rinsing and a mouth wash and then swallow, which is basically just the mineral supplements, so the bones can absorb more. The MK4 that I get from brie and all these other things, that also helps. So when I was doing much higher doses with supplementation to clear my arteries out, in those cases, I noticed my teeth had a lot of tartar and got rid of a lot of the tartar, cleared it all up. So, fat-soluble vitamins really help. So in that regard, so oral health is just more than just toothpaste, so to speak. At least eliminated his lineage from the genetic pool. Well, we don't know what the quality of his lineage would have been, because he's never going to have that. So his mental, you don't pass on your mental stupidity, but yes, I mix coconut oil with bicarbonate. Yep, there you go, bicarbonate soda. So yeah, I've heard that people doing that. I think that's what my sister was doing. No, I think you have to combine it because it actually binds better and works better, from what I know. You're welcome. It's called Comté. Yep. On the E, Comté. It's great. Alpine cheese, exactly. It's from upgraded, where if you will, the Comté cheese, yes, does come from close to the Alps of France. That's true, because they've actually got a video. If you go to their actual official website, yep, that's true. And those areas are lush, green, lush. They are, pastured. They're basically pastured cattle on grass that's actually not even, there's no chemicals on it. They're organic. It's just perfect. And you can't get, and you get it in the supermarket. How good is that? Also has antimicrobial properties. Yes, it does, because yes, a lot of those medium chain triglycerides do have antimicrobials. It's another reason why I do not encourage people to consume very high amounts of coconut oil and coconut stuff, specifically because of that problem. Now, people that consumed a lot of it in Polynesia and all that, they have actually genetic adaptations to it. That's why they consume quite a bit. Also high in salicylate, so people coming from Northern Europe may have a salicylate issue. So that's the other thing. So brush, do not swallow. Anyway, okay, yep. When it comes to these toothpaste things, I just know that as long as it doesn't have certain chemicals in and certain other crap, enough about that. Yes, maybe Zombie knows a bit more about the oral hygiene side of things. I'm just lazy. I just go and buy a good quality toothpaste. You are lucky to be able to drink milk. That's so nice. Yes. Very much, very much. Probably, but you won't need to clean teeth as much, and that's true. You don't. Bloke on Cummings' channel said he hadn't brushed his teeth in years. Ridiculous. I tried no paste for a month or so. Not good. Look, we're not all in the same boat, okay? If somebody's more on an ancestral diet for much longer and they had very little health issues or whatever, and their gut and their oral microbiome is really healthy as well, that's the other side of things. So the oral microbiome needs to be sorted as well, because you may have not got very good oral microbiome. So that can play a role as well. Some of the pathogens, that company that actually puts that other supplement out, they do put one for teeth as well, for the oral side of things, to basically eliminate some of the pathogens. So that could also help, because we're never on a species appropriate diet. We come from bad, sad diets, and we've got really a lot of imbalances and a lot of other issues. So sometimes it helps to fix those things. Others have less issues and are able to transition much easier. So always search for high leucine levels in powders, the minimal 3, yep, exactly, basically 3 to 4 to 5, yep, serving to stimulate muscle proteins every time I have them, exactly. So anything lower, most of the plant-based ones are less than 2, which is fucking useless. So they are very poor in muscle protein synthesis. At a minimum, you need slightly over 3. 4 better, and 5 definitely. So, but even most of the, as you said, even the powders are just 3 to 3.5. So they're not as high. But it's usually, the general thing is between 3 and 4, which is the sort of the general buzz thing that they say. But anything which is 3.5 or over, much better. Anyway, yeah, it's muscle protein synthesis. That's MPS. That's what it's an acronym. I still drink coffee, so it helps with staining. Yeah, that's true. I do the same thing, and coffee does really stain your teeth, and yes, it's one of those things. It's probably another reason why I do brush. Is it from an IGA or soft cheese? I bought it at the IGA store in Hobart, Hill Street. So the Hill Street store outlet. I suspect they got it through the IGA chain, but I don't know which stores have it in Australia and which don't. So don't know. But I'll do something on some of these cheeses anyway at some point. But I will buy some, and I'll try and remember on Wednesday to actually show it, because I've already eaten it, thrown away the package, and I'm not going to dig through the garbage now. Yes, coffee does definitely. Oops, don't do that to me now. Oops, click away. Okay. Indians use cow dung toothpaste. Really? Okay. Radical. Never heard of that. Yes, that would be smelly. Mary Ruddock said she fixed her health issues with Russian chicken soup, and many other things also. All meats leaving the stomach look like soup, really. Do you think chicken soup is better for a poor gut than just chicken? Chicken soup is pretty good. It's got a lot of different things, both collagen and all that. Look, they used to actually call it, there was a name, because many of the Ashkenazi Jews that came out of Russia, that they popularized it, the chicken soup. It had a name. What was it called? Had one of like those therapeutic names, like it sorted everything out. But I just don't remember the damn thing. But there's collagen in there, and there's a number of other factors. Remember also things like chicken, and the chicken stock and all that tends to have like the MK4, because remember, all birds are basically originate from the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs must have had very high levels of MK4, menaquinone 4, which is a K2, which is really important for a lot of tissue, collagen, all sorts of things. And I suspect that's another factor, the collagen profile, the fat-soluble vitamin profile of chicken soup and chicken broth and stuff like that. I'm not sure. I really haven't looked into it. I've just heard it's seems pretty good, and I've used it in the past, and I do have chicken stock as well that I use occasionally. So there was a word for it, but I just can't remember if it had one of those colorful statements of that it was like a therapeutic thing. So as I said, animal foods heal. Simple as that. Oh yes, chicken bone broth pulls all the collagen and marrow and the body, and really awesome if you don't feel well. Yeah, look, it's got a lot of elements that are very, very important to it. Yes. Mate, if you expect my N1 lipids on meat plus some carbs, not the carbs that can be confounding. So carbs can confound this information. Total cholesterol 5.8, LDL 4.2, HDL, your trigs that carnivore 20 days, insulin normal, BSL normal. You know, what do they mean by normal? I don't know. Trigs 0.9. Mine was actually even lower than that. It was 0.49 or 4. I can't remember. It was very low. But I was zero carbs at the time, so I had very, very low trigs. But because of my genetics, my LDL doesn't go up much, and my total cholesterol doesn't go that high. My total cholesterol usually is much lower range. This is in the 4s, or sometimes if I consume a bit more animal foods or fats and stuff like that in particular, it actually goes down. So into the 3s. This is why my doctor said you're a 5% anomaly, Mr. Serpanos. I said, great, thanks for telling me. Now you're going to rip my chest open, aren't you? Yeah, so, but look, there are different genetics. So if your genes are operating like that, let them. As long as the LDL is not oxidized, it's not an issue. We have different genetics and affects the movement of certain remnant chylomicrons coming back into the liver. If you've got an ApoE or 4.4 or 3.3 or 2.2, it's going to be different. So all these energy flux is going to be slightly different. It will affect basically a lot of these lipid panels. Are they important? No. It's only if it's oxidized, that's when I'd be worried. Most of this is just pretty much irrelevant. I wouldn't worry about it. C-reactive protein low. That's what you want to know. Do I have low inflammation? Yep. Do I have low oxidation? Yep. That last one, that's the most important one. And then the sort of ratio between HDL and triglycerides, and yours will be pretty good. So it's pretty much irrelevant, the rest of it. So you're looking good, mate. It depends what is in the soup apart from chicken. Magical stuff. What are your thoughts, Harry? Thank you. What are my thoughts about? I just covered that. That stuff. Anyway, you can only get so much. That's right, because you only can put so many words in 200 or whatever. Yes, there's always that. My lipids can't be measured on my home device. Unfortunately, don't know what exactly her soup included. She said it included some veggies too. Yeah, some of those they used to have very low glycemic type. Because remember, Russia is cold most of the year round. You don't really grow sugary vegetables. It's pretty much low glycemic type vegetables, which they cook them quite a bit. Would carb? Hold on, did I miss that? Would carbs be better pre-post walk if one were to consume? Thank you. Post, because you're repleting glycogen in that regard. But as I said, you don't need them. You do not need carbohydrates. You can produce good enough glycogen and glucose through gluconeogenesis. So you do not need, and that is demand driven. What are your thoughts on sodium and glycine pre-workout to maintain good blood volume during high intensity activity? Thank you. It's not going to harm you. Let's put it that way. But I've seen mixed. I really haven't seen solid evidence. A lot of people tout it about it and all that, but I go, I don't remember any of the old bodybuilders doing this. And I don't really have any strong evidence, like mechanistic evidence to say, yeah, it's a great thing. Some people say, but it's like, and then people say, oh, glycine's, really good for the collagen side. They say, well, body can synthesize, you can get that stuff from anything. So I don't think that it's going to harm you, but I don't think it's going to make any really great things. When I do stuff like that to get better vasodilation, I actually usually take citrulline before a workout, because citrulline basically will be converted into L-arginine, and that will give you a nitric oxide boost and a vasodilation. So I'd rather do that because that's been proven mechanistically in studies to work. It's also good as a Viagra alternative. So, yes, and I know some people within this camp, some of my older followers are still using it for that purpose. a different pre-workout. Got to throw these things in. Muscle protein says muscle protein says to the person who asked, it's stimulated by, yes, it's over 3 in leucine at once. Whey has usually 8.5 to 10 point. Yep. Casein about, yep. As I said, animal foods or animal source stuff tend to have better leucine profiles. Yep. Where basically plants have less than 2. So a lot of those vegunarized, that's why some of them have to take steroids. Oh, naughty plant-based people. Yes, even Harley, Durian Rider, that is, for those who don't know who Harley is. Yes, even he admitted once when he was debating Bart Key that he took steroids to maintain muscle mass because his vegunarized diet couldn't do it for him. Anyway. No, it's far less, actually. It's far less. It's less than 2. It's quite low. And the bioavailability is piss poor as well. Yes. The utilization is, you have to, don't think quantity. Think of the source and think of the utilization. Utilization is much lower in these things. Not the same. Obviously, there's another point to make. In some of these powders that the Vagoons use, yes, they come from plant sources, but they do slightly manipulate them to get better results. So that's the only thing. But it's not a real food. When we look at real foods and compare real foods, the plants will never do the job. They have to make them in pharmaceutical preparations in a lab. Harry, I went out for a massive brunch in this country and can't be mentioned or so missed a load. We'll catch up later, and thanks as always. Not a problem, Dave. Enjoy yourself. What's Jared saying? Harry, I'm seeing a cardiologist tomorrow just to check out the actual structure of my heart. I'm preparing for the usual alarmist cholesterol lecture. Yeah, you'll get that. Yep. So, but I think it's a good idea just to check the structure because of some of the past stuff and all that. I mean, I know you're doing taurine now, but it does take a couple of years if you're going to remodel your heart back. It doesn't, remember, the heart remodels over 7 years. So any structural, but it's good to know exactly, whether your heart has some hypertrophy, left hypertrophy, or different things like that. Best to know. And then come back to me and have a chat. Let me know what the results are, and then we'll make adjustments to any taurine supplementation going forward. But it's still going to take a couple of years. That's just the way it is. It's remodeling takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. Yep. And went up for a week after the jab, the Oxford jab, and it was at 9. About 10 weeks later, down to 0.9 now. Obviously, C-reactive protein will go up because you're sensitizing the immune system, and you're going to create a bit of oxidation, a bit of stress in the body. That's a normal thing. And the problem is with these things, it does circulate in the bloodstream and will go through a number of stages of replication in the cell once it gets in there as a viral vector method. The biggest problem with it is basically for those who may have the F5 gene. It's more dominant because JD, you probably come from an ancestry that comes from the northern hemisphere of Europe, and those people tend to have a higher expression of the the F5 gene. It's a clotting factor and tend to be more susceptible. So I usually say to people, get on a low dose aspirin for 6 weeks to just be on the safe side, and maintain good vitamin D status as well. Any cytokine type storm effects or whatever. So that's pretty much it on that front. But yeah, you will get, look, any stuff like that, even the Novavax will create a sort of a localized immune response, which will increase within the bloodstream to some extent. C-reactive protein. It's just the way it is, anything. A lot of, you will put your body under a certain level of stress, any sort of stress, either an exercise, and C-reactive protein will go up a bit. It's just any stress will do it, both an immune response or excessive exercise or whatever. So those are normal things. But yeah, anyway, we all have choices to make, as I said, but do cover yourself with a few things, because I don't know whether you've got that gene. If you've got that gene, you may be susceptible, which is the thing. Southern Europe doesn't have as much, and when you look at Africa and elsewhere, none. I think we got it from the Neanderthals, because there's none in Asia, there's none in Africa, and they and it's pretty much you'd only see it as far, that gene specifically, as far as Central Asia, which it was the sort of the furthest extent of the Neanderthal population. So I would say it's probably something that we've picked up from the Neanderthals. Ah, yes, fucking our closest relatives can cause some issues down the track. You know, I did check because I do have one of the higher ends of the Neanderthal genes, and luckily I do not have the F5 clotting one. Actually, I've got quite a few anti-clotting ones. See, maybe that is what protected me, even though I ate such crappy food and ended up with cardiovascular disease 10 years ago in my mid-40s. Now I'm in my mid-50s, 55 this year. Maybe those low clotting factor type genes probably maybe have protected me a bit. So, yes, thanks to my ancestors. Thank you, grandfathers. Good to see you, Angela. Dusters, my dear dusters. You're late. Late joining because morning lake swimming in Ireland. Yes. This sort of weather, well, in your sort of weather, it's still quite nice and sunny over there. Yes. We're enjoying some, let's say, less than warm days. Actually, today it was actually a bit warmer, slightly, 9. Normally, we've had a couple of days this week. It's been down to like 2 degrees Celsius, which is around the 30 to 39 or stuff like that. So it's been, in the Fahrenheit case, it's been bloody cold as. Some mornings, frosty, and now it's across the pond, as we call it, across to New Zealand, and the Bart's feeling the absolute cold and really cold weather. They've had a bit of flooding there as well. So they've had all the pleasure flooding from the northern part of Australia coming in through those parts, and the colder stuff coming from Tassie. Unlucky. And he was trying to get away for holidays as well. I don't know whether he picked the right time. Automatically blocks links in the chat unless submitted by mods or the stream host. That's true. That is exactly it. It does. And I think it's actually like hard. Unless you're a mod, I don't think you can do it. And I tried looking to try and find a deactivator, but I just couldn't. So I gave up. I did try. So what I've noticed some people doing, let's say you want to put a study, just put the code, DO colon and the number. So if you put the code in there and all that, I can look it up. I can just grab that and look it up. So there's another option. So you don't have to basically put in the URL, just put the code in. So the number, I'll just copy that, and then I'll just basically paste it and then just find it. So there are ways around it. Somebody did that earlier today when they wanted me to look at a study for air fryers, and they couldn't get access to it, but I did because I can go through a different well, it's an academia type thing that I'm registered with. So anyway, yep. Is lactobacillus found in all animal products? Yep. One of the best sources is, I just nearly went dirty there for a while, the vaginal canal of a woman who's pregnant. Let's move on before I make some rude comment and get myself into trouble. Okay, I'd love your thoughts on the master amino acid pattern and the pattern and products that I've been reading and researching on for 2 months, and it looks promising. You'd love to look at it. Email it to me. It claims 99% net nitrogen utilization and maximum possible anabolic effects upon. I've actually seen that. I know the one you're talking about. Hold on. Where do I think I've got a bookmark somewhere. Is it this one or my? Oh, I think it's my work one. That's right, it's my work one, I think. Let's see if I can bring it up. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I've got it's on my work machine, not on here. So I don't remember the URL. Doesn't matter. I know the one you're talking about. It claims, look, I haven't looked into it. Yeah, I have not looked into it. It's a supplement. It's not a standard sort of protein powder and stuff like that. Actually, protein powders have actually got very poor utilization, 17%. That's as low as plants. So all protein powders out there that you guys are buying, they've got as much basically protein utilization that the body can actually use properly for muscles. The rest of it can sort of be, part of it's going to be used here and there for creating enzymes and other protein structures and whatever else. But pretty much for utilization purposes, yeah, it's very poor. Other animal foods are around about 32%. The eggs are the whole eggs, that is. The white part of the egg is only 17 as well. Whole eggs are about 49%. Mother's milk, 49%. That should tell you something. And because bovine and also like basically all animal products, including like dairy as well, is 32, the same as meat. But the closest profile to the egg is mother's milk, which is very close to actual the type that you get from a mother. Now, this high utilization supplement is really high. When I did come across it, I bookmarked it just to basically sort of to research it. I forgot all about it, but I found it too good to be true. When in nature, the best you get is about 50%. So to get close to 100, I was intrigued, but they didn't have enough information on their website. They're and I couldn't actually find any. Have you actually come across any studies, David, that actually shows them proving this in their clinical studies, actual real clinical studies? Because they claim certain things, but I couldn't find anything. Just email me, please email me. I'd love to look into it. Because it could be a very good way of basically combining this with a leucine supplement for people that have got like severe sarcopenia or severe osteoporosis or stuff like that, to combine it as a protocol, to combine that with a couple of the fat soluble vitamins and all that, and create a really good protocol that basically, and that's why I was looking into it, for that purpose. That's the real purpose why I was looking into it. And with so many other things on my plate, I just basically forgot about it. Pretty much. Just basically forgot all about it. Okay, about oops. My email address, please send stuff to me. I would really, really appreciate it. Thanks, David. And if you were to help someone who was at risk of heart disease, putting them on meat, eggs, butter, etc., is there an initial period of time where they are at high risk of these cholesterol will go up? Cholesterol is irrelevant. Actually, cholesterol going up is actually a healthy thing. It's a reparative system. Initially, I would hope to see the cholesterol go down. And the reason for that is because the body's utilizing most of the cholesterol to basically heal the body. My biggest issue would be to try and get all the inflammation out of the system. So the first part that I would do is I would basically encourage them to transition, because there are gut issues. It's a complicated thing. I would have to get a full history on that person to find out exactly where they're at. Yeah, thanks, David. Appreciate it. And where was I? Yeah, I'd have to get a full panel and stuff like that. Eggs, butter, meat, and all that are healthy foods. The whole issue is here, has that person got an engaged Randle cycle? And as I said, you can disengage the Randle cycle with physical activity and fasting. And then you have to deal with other things. There could be a gut microbiome issue. There could be malabsorption issues. There could be so many factors that are at play in terms, because you still need critical minerals and critical both macros and micronutrients for the heart. The heart actually also needs a lot of taurine, coenzyme Q10. These are all in animal foods. You're not going to find them in plants. You know, the most dense organ in terms of coenzyme Q10 is the organ that's got the most dense mitochondrial density, because between complex 1 and 3, you basically need coenzyme Q10. So for the electron chain to work properly. That's another reason why statins are a mitochondrial poison, because it's below that. That's why in Japan, when they do put people on statins, it is a requirement in law, not in talk or studies, or in law, that a physician should be putting that person both on a statin and coenzyme Q10, because they know it interferes with the production of it. I wouldn't put people on that poison at all, because cholesterol is irrelevant. If your cholesterol is high, is because your body has genes that actually force it to go there. It's irrelevant. I know doctors have their own opinion, but that's based on poor research of the past, which was confounded and corrupted by many people in the pharmaceutical field and in the nutritional field, like Ansel Keys and other criminals. But the reality is that you need to bring down the inflammation. It's critical, because if you've got circulating lipids, you eat anything, you'll create circulating lipids, lipoproteins. If you are damaging, glycating them or damaging them, you're going to have problems. Also, when you start going on a low carbohydrate diet and you're losing weight, you're also releasing free fatty acids. Well, some of those fatty acids have come and have been stored, which are oxidized and damaged, and need to have electrons donated to them to stabilize them so they're not as reactive. Well, Then you basically need a low dose vitamin E, which is that Jarrow one that I talked about earlier, and I put it in it's in there. You can look at it earlier. I think you probably saw it where I pinned it, not pinned it, but I put it in the actual chat, and that basically for 7 years. So it's a whole protocol. I just haven't done it yet. I've done one on cancer, but I haven't done on the cardiovascular disease. There's MK4 to reduce the calcification in soft tissue. There's basically, but you really need to bring the inflammation down, and the best way to do that is to be on a species appropriate diet, 0 carbs. It's no cheats or anything. You got heart condition and you're eating carbs, you're asking for trouble. You should be clean, absolutely clean. You should keep your insulin to glucagon very low, just slightly above that of fasting. And you need to basically make sure the Randle cycle is disengaged. And then you look at a whole other aspects. Do you have gut permeability? Do you have a lot of lipopolysaccharides, which are causing problems? Now, lipopolysaccharides also can be dealt with a number of things. Also, lactoferrin can help there as well. So there's a lot of things lactoferrin can do. So you can do supplementation. There's a lot of things that can be thrown in there to do a lot of things. Vitamin D, very important to close those tight junctions. Get your vitamin D status up. Very important, critical. Get your MK4 up. Critical. Get your retinol up. Critical. All these things are critical that you actually, and that is basically, you'll find all these things in animal foods. So yes, that is all you need to do. And then time will sort out the rest. Actually, centenarians, the people that live the longest lives, have the highest level of cholesterol. Remember those studies that Bart shows? People who have the lowest actually live the least, have higher mortality. The people that and this is the Framingham study is the one. That's right, the Framingham study. That's a 30-year study where they've looked at people. It's an observational epidemiology study, but they're not looking at multiple. They're not looking at like food. When you're looking at food, you're looking at a lot of confounding variables. What is it? Is it the cheese, the potato that somebody ate? Which part of the food is it? You can't dissect the food. It's being consumed. How it's interacted in the body, nobody knows. You know what I mean? Very hard because highly confounded. So that's not science. But when you're looking at general things like all-cause mortality, how many people died? Death is death. You either died or you didn't. After 30 years, how many people died? And what was their cholesterol? The ones that had the highest cholesterol lived the longest, are still alive. Like 93% were still alive. Those who had the lowest cholesterol, this is in thousands of people, the lowest cholesterol, and this is in the general population we're talking about, people on a regular diet. We're not talking about special diets here. Those with the lowest cholesterol, 73% were still alive. That's a 20% difference between, which is very significant when you're talking about millions of people that were still alive. That's where the absolute risk for statins or the improvement is 1%. And that's usually because of the anti-inflammation effect, which is and that's even very minor. Actually, something like an aspirin has actually more anti-inflammatory effects than statins. And that's where that 1% comes. That 30-something percent that they talk about, 38 or whatever, that's basically what is called an odds ratio coming from combining, which statistically is nonsense, where you do what is called a relative risk, which it's an odd ratio. Basically, it's a ratio between one and the other. So let's say you've got 1 million people. In one group, you've got one person that died. In the other group, you've got 2 people that died. Could be a whole lot of confounding variables. That those 2 people could have been smokers. The other one may have not been a smoker. But you don't know that. All you know is that one group and that. And so you've got 2. And what they do is they say 2 and 1. Well, it's 100% difference between the two groups, or 50% difference, or whatever. In this case, you've got, oops. So, they will make that sort of assumption. So if it's, let's say, 5 people and 10 people, it's, 100% difference. Or if it's, 3 people and 2, it's 100, like 150% or whatever, So these are the sort of things that they make out, these big numbers, but the reality is it's not really that. The absolute is 1 divided by 1,000,000, which is 0.00000000. It's statistical noise. The probability that anything is related to anything is irrelevant. Okay? So but when you're talking about all cause, that's that sort of crap. When they're doing that's statistical mumbo jumbo. When you're basically looking at how many people are still alive within one group with high cholesterol and another group with low cholesterol, that's really what counts. The low cholesterol people had less people alive. Only 73% of those old people were still alive. In the other group, 93% were still alive with high cholesterol. So which group do you want to be in? The centenarians run a slightly higher reverse T3. They don't run a very high, which tells you a low carbohydrate diet actually runs. We're not talking about therapeutic, very low carbohydrate diets, but just moderate low carbohydrate diets, the general stuff. They run a similar level of thyroid function plus a high cholesterol. That's because genetically they tend to be like that, these centenarians. But people on a low carbohydrate diet can actually show similar effects. So which diet would you like to be on? The one that actually has similar profile with the centenarians that live longer? So make your choice, basically. So yes, exactly, Commander. You're exactly right. It's irrelevant. And the Framingham study quite clearly showed that after 30 years, who were the ones that were dying. So just because you lower cholesterol, it's like the other study that they did years ago, which Ansel Keys was involved in, pulled his tail out of it. More people died on the intervention group that took the statin than the ones that didn't take the statin. But you know what? They died with perfect cholesterol. How fucking crazy is that? That's the sort of thinking. You want that sort of thinking to guide your nutrition and thoughts? I don't think so. Looking handsome, Harry. Keep up the meaty spirit. Thanks, mate. Oh, my, what a time to join on that comment. I hope you enjoyed it. Afternoon all, yes. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. We'll look to that. Do you think eating 1 apple a week would activate the Randle cycle? No. Randle cycle gets activated not merely because you're doing a mixed diet. It's when you're in excess energy. We're not talking about calories here, excess energy. That means more energy than your body would utilize. Then you get this downregulation of the GLUT receptors that take in glucose, and you also get downregulation of CD36, which is the lipolysis, the fat-taking receptor. And this blockade that happens because there's too much energy that's been taken into the cell. And basically it says we've got too much increase. The body sort of responds in this haphazard way by increasing insulin to try and force things in. Doesn't really work. And then it tries to store things away to get it out of the bloodstream. So first it prioritizes sugar, try and get that out. And then if there was alcohol in there, it would prioritize first the alcohol, then the sugar, because the alcohol is far more damaging to the body, then the sugar, and then last the fat to get it out of the system. So that's how it basically works. So the Randle cycle activation is when you achieve energy excess in that regard. Now, when you're basically low carb and low fat, that means the two extremes, something magical happens. What happens is one of those receptors gets down-regulated and the other gets up-regulated quite a bit, taking in far more. So you don't get that blockade because there's no competition between the receptors. Got it? So it has to do with enzymes. That means there are rate-limiting effects. The enzymes basically, they can only do certain functions at one time because they drive in, lipolysis and glycolysis drive into the TCA cycle, basically, the Krebs cycle. And so that's why you get the blockade. But when you're basically, and that's why it's not when you're in a ketogenic state or in this low fat state, you actually, certain things happen similar. You basically get a number of things that happen. When you're not eating, your insulin is also running at a much lower level. Remember what I said, insulin to glucagon? Like just potato diet is only 4. Insulin to glucagon for meat is 1.3. At 4, you still can get some periodic upregulation of hormone-sensitive lipase when you're not eating, because it's low enough and it will dip below that 4 when you're not eating, and then you activate hormone-sensitive lipase so you can remove some fat. So on those both diets, you can actually lose. The other thing is also you cause some uncoupling. So when you're on a low fat you get uncoupling. You don't get that effect, and so you can actually radiate away heat in basically the when it comes to the adipose side of things. So you can actually and not create energy, so ATP, just radiate away heat. We know it happens mechanistically. We've seen it and all that. Do we really understand why? Not exactly. It's probably, you've got, this is my hypothesis anyway, you've got basically one being upregulated, the other not, and there's a rate limiting effect, and then there's a certain level of energy coming in, the flux of energy, and it goes, well, I don't need the energy for anything, I'm just going to radiate it away. So it's one way of dissipating and getting rid of energy, excess energy produced that it doesn't need, in a sense, that I think that uncoupling effect happens. That's me theorizing on that sort of point. It only makes sense in that sense, in that way. On the other hand, when you basically, so really the activation is when you're actually combining sugar and fat and you exceed the level which your body can handle. That means the energy level that it requires, then you get that blockading effect. But it doesn't happen in the other ones because the insulin to glucagon is low. So remember, the insulin to glucagon can go up to 70-fold when you actually, let's say you have a McDonald's burger with soda, with basically fries, cooked in seed oils. So that's fat with sugar and fructose and all that. When you combine all that, you could get an insulin to glucagon. That means pushing glucagon in the toilet and pushing insulin very high, of a ratio up to 70. Massive insulin. So you can see how this can actually then precipitate this sort of blockade effect. It's just, the flux is just too quick, so for the actual, because there are enzymes involved, the rate limiting, and it causes this blockade. It's just too much for the machinery to handle, is sort of my sort of thinking behind it, why this happens. And obviously, if people basically are physically active like athletes, really working hard and depleting glycogen, they're basically getting rid of that excess energy before it can get to that level, that threshold. That's why they can do it. But a sedentary person or somebody that's not as physically active can achieve that energy threshold much faster and have that effect. Since it contains glucose, fructose, while fructose would be turned into triglycerides. Well, it actually can be a gluconeogenic precursor as well. So fructose, so it's not only, it generally is under those sort of physiological circumstances, but, but eating one apple a week definitely wouldn't do it, because it's just too low. It's not even enough to replete any glycogen from just basal. That means basal metabolic rate just sitting like a couch potato. One apple, you would still use more glycogen, just your muscles to hold your body in place and keep you upright. Still requires sort of basal energy to do all that. So the amount of carbohydrate in an apple would just be used up, from just basal activity. That means just being a couch potato. We're talking about excess energies here to achieve Randle cycle activation, not small amounts. But still, those small amounts can have glycating effects, which again isn't a good thing. They still raise slightly, certain glycating effects, which long term can be deleterious. They add more deuterium, because remember, fruit is one of those. Fructose, anything containing fructose, tends to concentrate higher deuterium, which is negative effects on the mitochondria, because too much neutrons can actually affect the electron chains and bust them. And the less you've got over time, you lose energy, your energy declines, and it's not really good for your long-term survival strategy. But yes, I'm going to do a video on the Randle cycle to explain it in quite detail and cover the things a bit better than that. Was just a generalized, just quick thing. It would activate the green apple splatters cycle. Good attempt at comedy. I'll give you a few marks for that one. I don't know how I can email you, but yeah, I think I did easy to find research database being there. Yeah, when you find it, just email it to me. Yep, good. Paul Saladino has had some excellent long form discussion with Nadine Ali, explaining in depth why cholesterol alone is not a risk factor for heart disease. Exactly. Actually saw on, what was it? Nadine Ali, I think it was Low Carb Down Under or whatever. I can't remember now. I saw it actually, one of his things very recently. He's a very good, very knowledgeable doctor. I have to say, I very much agree with him on a lot of what he says. Other workings to challenge the narrative include Bart Kay, of course. Yes, definitely. Dave Feldman, Ivor Cummings, Seem Malhotra. Yep, there are a lot of loads of people explaining why the lipid hypothesis is deeply flawed. Exactly. There's quite a few people that do. But as I say, the research out there proves absolutely nothing. It's flawed and useless and all that. Yeah, David Diamond. He's really good, David Diamond. I really like. He actually looks into the clotting factors and all that. And that's the person actually that put me onto the clotting factors, looking at all these genes. He doesn't talk about the F5 gene or anything like that. He just talks in general. But I've actually done my own research looking into the genes that are involved in clotting factors and affect things. Because David Diamond has a hypothesis that it's sort of inflammation in general and all that, and clotting factors. I think they all have something to say. And, Paul Mason, really good stuff. Tim Noakes, Gary Taubes gives a good, excellent overview about the history of a lot of this sort of stuff. I think David Diamond has touched on some valuable stuff about clotting factors. I think that David, Tim, and Gary probably aren't aware of the Randle cycle, and if they were, they would have a much deeper understanding of these things. But I think, these are the other elements. While the Randle cycle is the major element, and activating it long term creates this condition of increased adiposity as well, because when you engage the Randle cycle, normally what you should be doing, this is the normal way a human would do. You would be in the wild. You would occasionally have seasonal fruit. You would combine it with very fatty animals and fatten yourself up by engaging the Randle cycle for a very small amount of time in the year and put on fat very rapidly. After that, once you put on fat very rapidly, you would basically be fine after that. You would through winter and spring and those sort of things, it'd be a rough time, but you'd have enough fat on the body, so you'd be eating more leaner, less fattier. Occasionally having some fattier meat here or there, and so you would be using your own fat through those leaner periods. And so when you ate a bit, let's say you found a really fatty animal and gorged on it, any excess would just be stored in, and when you were fasting or didn't have food, you just use it. That's the whole design. The whole design of fat cells is to store energy. But the thing is, you don't cause a blockade in the cells. But you still, because even when chylomicrons come in, they will store a bit, and then because you're not in the trough every 2 hours, like on a carbohydrate diet, you will basically, the amount that you put in your fat cells from chylomicrons, then, because once you've actually gone around the body and given it all to the different cells, some of it will go to adipose and the other stuff will go back to the actual liver to be re-exported out as VLDL, which I mentioned for VLDL, IDL, and then LDL, and then get recycled back. That's how it's supposed to. It's an energy transport system, moves around, it puts it away in storage and all that. But as long as you're not engaging the Randle cycle and your insulin to glucagon is at low, even if you're putting some of that excess energy that you take in from the food away in storage temporarily, because you don't have high insulin, your hormone-sensitive lipase is activated the moment you become in a deficit. That means you've actually absorbed that meal, you've taken that energy, and 1 or 2 hours later, you're still not eating, because when you're on a carnivore diet, you're not in the trough continuously. Even if once that dips down, then you start taking more from the fat cells again. That's the whole thing. It's a unique thing. You store and take, but the fridge is open. What happens when insulin is high? You can't open the fridge. And your cells are starving for energy. That's the Randle cycle. You're actually in starvation. And that's what makes you hungry and ravenous as shit. That's why you keep on eating. It's a good thing when we used to have it seasonally at the end of summer, before in the early parts of autumn, to fatten up so we could survive the leaner times through winter and spring. But now we've got the shit around us, fat and sugar, in large amounts of 24/7, 365 days of the year. That's the problem. It's the Randle cycle, dummy, I've been telling people. Anyway, regarding glycogen depletion, you always have to have some glycogen in your liver and muscles, don't you? I think Bart says something like that. Yep, you do. Glycogen, basically, the body, as I said, it's demand driven, the gluconeogenesis. So if you don't have enough glycogen, the body will just produce more. Simple as that. It primarily produces from the backbone of fat. So as you're releasing triglycerides, you basically will cleave off the glycerol. You will turn that into sugar, into glycogen, and you'll use the free fatty acids to oxidize them in the actual cells. On the other side of things, so you basically, that glycogen will be utilized. And the other thing is, the other source is lactate. So from all, because there are some cells and all that that still require glucose, you know. So there are, you know, cells in the kidneys, in the brain, the red blood cells that they you know, specifically require glucose. And that comes from the gluconeogenic production. So those are the key sources, and a bit in the brain as well for some functions. So all these functions will get from demand driven, whatever they need. If, you know, it goes, the amounts go down, the body will produce more. If the things are stable, it won't produce more. And I can actually show, I'll do the study this week, will actually show that you can infuse directly gluconeogenic precursors, nothing goes up, because the body is demand driven. It looks at signaling. Do I need more for these tissues? No, I don't. I'm not going to produce any more. You can give me enough substrate as you want. I'm not going to use it. That's why the sugar is stable, because it's demand driven, always has been. That's the difference, and that's why your insulin to glucagon is always at 1.3, no matter what your requirements are, the flux of that. But getting back to what I was trying to say, so glycogen depletion will firstly and foremostly be provided by glycerol from the backbone of fatty acids in the triglyceride. So glycerol, and then the free fatty acids that are connected to it. So they will be cleaved off, and you'll basically have that glycerol to be turned into sugar. The other one is lactate. And usually if the body has a preference, it'll use lactate first and then glycerol. And then finally, if it doesn't have enough lactate or glycerol, then it will use protein, because it spares protein. And this is the other magical thing that happens. Also, when you're on a sugar diet, again, on a high sugar diet, you will also spare, as long as you're very high, as long as you're getting enough energy. If you're not getting enough energy, then you'll waste away muscles, only then. But if you're getting enough, so that's why they're ravenous. That's why you see Harley, for instance. Harley understood this. He's only one of the few vegans. He's a businessman after all. He's not completely dumb. He's dumb on the nutrition side. He went down the wrong rabbit hole, but he's not. But he still understands that you need to get enough energy in. And the reality is, Walter Kempner, and I did a thing with Pim Johnson on her channel and showed that basically he knew that you could only do it for about a year. So cut out all the electrolytes, because the high insulin keeps electrolytes in and keeps, actually, you don't want high blood pressure, because it was for a kidney situation. So he had about 4% protein, 2% fat, and 94% was basically sugar. And I mean raw sugar. He would give them actually raw sugar to consume. Now that's not good long-term for your mitochondria because of the deuterium, but the Randle cycle can't be activated under those circumstances. And as long as you're getting enough energy, you're not going to you're going to spare muscle. And that's what it does. And all you do is you basically start, thanks, Fabnado, and all you basically, that is her name. And as a consequence, all you do is basically start, you oxidize, obviously, the sugar that's coming in, but at the same time, you can actually use, because hormone-sensitive lipase, because the insulin to glucagon, that's the trick. That's the magic trick of low fat or low carb. It's the glucagon to insulin. If insulin is really high, glucagon is too low, you got a problem. Glucagon is what actually protects muscle, when that glucagon is not too low. So this is the magical thing. That's why it's a bizarre thing. And the funny thing is, Walter Kempner worked this out in the 1930s. This is pre-Randle, because Randle cycle was explained by Philip Randle in 1963. And this guy had no idea. and was able to come up with this novel way. And he was the father of the low-fat diet. But for him, it was a therapeutic system that you only do for a year. He realized long-term it created deficiencies, micronutrient deficiencies, what was very unhealthy. So he only did it for 1 year to fix certain people's issues, which was a kidney disease, which could have been fixed with a ketogenic diet, but he was unaware of it. That's the only difference, you know. So, but he provided information that showed. So these people that come along that believe in the low-fat diet, you know, there is good research because it's not an activation of Randle cycle, but it's not sustainable. Long term, you get massive deficiencies and you end up like the vegans falling apart. You know, so that's what happens ultimately if you do that sort of approach. It's and very damaging to mitochondria because of the high, deuterium of those foods. Eventually, they do damage you, and your senescence increases, and your health span declines more rapidly. And you see that in vegans that do it for too long, get a lot of mitochondrial damage. I've come across some that have approached me, which can't have really difficulty getting enough energy, are really stuffed because they've been doing it for a decade or more. They really fucked themselves. So, you know, where Kempler only did it for 1 year to fix this specific kidney type disease, not all kidney disease, but the specific, I can't remember the exact type it was. But that could have been, as I said, mitigated also from a non-Randle activating low carbohydrate ketogenic diet. But he wasn't unaware. He knew about it, but he thought it was only for epilepsy and stuff like that. He never looked at for these other conditions. So, and because most people at the time, you have to think also why did he pick this approach? There was the ketogenic diet, but remember back then there was also very popular low carbohydrate diets. Now they weren't low enough for therapeutic reasons for the kidney stuff, but because there were many low carbohydrate diets and they weren't really fixing these kidney issues because he had tried one. He said, well, what if I go to the other extreme? He didn't think about going to the extra extreme. He thought that was only for basically people that have got epilepsy and stuff like that. So he could have potentially tried both and realized something magic happens when you take one of the energy, macros out of the system. But he never tried the other side. So, you know, it would have been fascinating for him to have done that experiment. And nobody's really done that sort of like extreme experiment to show something similar. I haven't seen it anywhere in the literature. You know, it's always done in very narrow ways against the vegan diet against a SAD diet, the low carbohydrate diet against a SAD diet. It's always that sort of thing. And it misses these extremes. It's the reason why they miss this extreme is because the two camps are so divided. You've got the low carb community that basically sits there and goes, oh, it's sugar. And you've got the low fat, it's fat. But they're both missing the point. They're both wrong and right. It's the Randle cycle. It's when you combine the two together, it really creates the big problem. The other one only creates deficiencies, which is the vegan diet. The other one, so that's what they've missed. And they've gone down their little pathways and they don't talk to each other because they're hostile against each other. And they think that both are charlatans and not, because they see from their own experiments, it actually works. And the other party on the other side sees from their own experiments, it actually works because non-activation of Randle cycle, they're missing the missing link. This is what I sometimes listen to them. I go, fuck me, but yeah. And it's only very few of us like me, Bart, and a few others that really get that. So, yes. Yeah, Pim's great. I really like. She's a fabulous lady. See you, Trouble. Thank you, Harry. Great conversation as always. Not a problem, Dominique. I hope you got something out of it. It's 10:30 here, and we've been going for 4.5 hours. I better pull the plug, guys. Thanks for being here. Please like and click the like button as you're heading out the door. And I will see you lovely people next week on our regular sort of live chats. And yeah, exactly. And I've also in my featured sort of websites, channels, go to my channel and look at the there's one there for the new one that Bart's got and also Pim's got. Please, if you haven't subscribed to those, please subscribe. They're really valuable, and try and get you the one which is the Diabetes Academy one. That's really good. Try and get some of your family members that are probably diabetic or pre-diabetic on that connected and subscribed, because that would help them out. But Bart is hoarding her. Well, they are, involved romantically. You're welcome, Fluffy Rainbows. Yep, not a problem, Robert. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're welcome, mate. God bless as well, Angela, and thanks for being here. Anyway, I am going to get out of here. Thanks, guys, and see you all next week.